preparing food. You actually need to make sure you have the right permits. So that is the home occupancy permit. And you want to make sure that it gets inspected. So there are some rules and things that you need to do. Once again, look for your local area, look for your region, and being able to know so that you're not going to get in trouble, because that can definitely get into fines. You also want to make sure if you're that you're doing the right with sales tax. And so if there is a sales tax permit, or typically it's a sales tax ID number, you want to be able to have that. And if you're doing any signs or construction, you want to make sure that you have the right permits for that and to operate your business. So the L in the ABCs of starting a business are those licensing requirements and being able to make sure you have the right requirements for your business. So let's talk about location, location, location. Well, right now we're working in a remote. So guess what? It is endless. There are possibilities on how you can operate your business. So you can start by selling your business or selling your products or services online and offering those online. You can actually have a retail location. You may be working out of your home, but you want to make sure you have a location for your business. You also can make sure you use either a UPS or PO box to make sure you are able to kind of get your mail if you are a home-based business. So there are several different ways that location can be helpful and essential. So you want to know, once again, that's why you got to be able to do those business assessments, because what is going to be best? Because you may not be able to have people come into your home. So working your business out of your home may not be the best route. So that means you need to identify a retail or location, knowing what the rent is, knowing what the terms and conditions, what's the neighborhood, is it zoned, and being able to do everything as it relates to your business. So location, location, location is essential. So let's get into the M's of ABCs of starting your business. And that's marketing and management of your business. So I told you earlier we were going to talk about some marketing techniques and strategies. So of course, once you have your name, I'm assuming you're going to trademark and own that name so no one else. So then you got to put together a branding strategy for your own company. And in order to do that, that's looking at your logo, your website, your social media, letterhead, mailing, all of those key things. Colors, you want to be consistent. This represents you. How you market, how you brand is all about you. So you want to be able to do that. Now, there are ways to help. I mean, or freelancers that can definitely help. So some people use sites like Fiverr and Upstart. There's some website resources like GoDaddy, Wix, WordPress, Square, that will help you do that as well. There's online retail resources like Shopify, Etsy, eBay. All of these you need to evaluate to say, what is the best for you? Because all of them, there is a cost, a price, a fee, something for. So is that worth it? And then once you've done all of that, now you got to put your digital marketing strategy together. How do you want to show up on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Pinterest, LinkedIn? But guess what? You want to make sure that's where your customer is. So if you're looking at young adults, 18, younger, 20-ish, guess what? They're not on Facebook that often. So Facebook is not where you're going to find them. Now, if you're doing TikTok, if you're doing Instagram or Insta stories and all of that, that's where you're going to find them. So you, one, got to know who your customers are. You got to, two, know what social media or digital marketing media strategies, where they are. Are they on Facebook? Are they on Twitter? Or then what are you offering? Are you kind of educating people? So you may need to be on YouTube, or you need to go Facebook Live like we are today. But how do you need to connect with your customer? And then you've got to be able to put it out there. So being able and being consistent, and then being able to make sure that when you're marketing your brand, that you just don't post, you're creating following, because that is important. That's how you're going to generate revenue. The other thing is you want to really make sure you understand who your customer is, that ideal target customer. And I know I've heard it all. Guess what? Everybody's my customer. Not really. Everybody's not your customer. So you really got to understand truly who is your customer. How can you reach that particular customer? And how can you convince that customer to buy your goods and services? And then being able to making sure you have the right pricing strategy. I've worked with a lot of entrepreneurs, and I know that pricing strategy is the hardest. So you've got to really make sure that your price point is something that others will buy. And then you've got to create the buzz and the demand. That's why advertisement, promotion, marketing efforts. You've got to do some things to definitely, so people can check you out, so people can know and look your business up, so then people can even sample what you have to offer and then be able to purchase it. You got to have the value. Management. This is the operations. I call it the heartbeat of the business. How you manage. Remember, I told you you got to do a self-assessment, because in management, you got to make decisions. You got to be able to follow through. You got to be able to meet deadlines. So you've got to be able to work with others. You got to be able to manage a team, whether that team is internally to your business or externally, whether that team is other hired professionals, such as your accountant, your attorney, your marketing person, your bookkeeper. But guess what? You got to be able to have good management and leadership strategies and structures to be able to do that. And then you got to have a system, to be able to say, what is going to be my day-to-day operations? What are going to be my hours of operations? What is my policies? And especially now in COVID, we've got to be able to say, am I making sure that everybody's safe? Is there a 6 feet distance? Is there a cleaning strategy? Do I have signs to make sure that everyone's going to wear a mask or is mandated to wear a mask? So that all comes with management, operations, how you're going to manage the business and how things are going to be executed, implemented, carried out. You got to do it. And in order to do it, but guess what? This is part of owning and operating a business. These are the steps and strategies and the tools. You can do it. You just got to put a plan together. So guess what? Putting the plan together. That's part of the ABCs of starting a business. That's my P. Putting that plan together. You can't do it out of what they call the seat of your pants. You can't do it all willy-nilly. You can't do those things. You got to put a plan. I'm going to give you 2 ways to put a plan together. You can do it through what I call the traditional business plan. Here's the outline for it. It's like a term paper, but it does involve really understanding not only your products and service that you're doing, but your industry, how you're going to grow, your marketing and sales plans, your management, your operations, your financial plans, and then all of the documents that you need to support what you're planning to do and in this idea. The second one, which is my favorite, so I'm not a fan of the traditional business plan, but I wanted to make sure you know, is a business canvas. Typically, it's a 1-pager. It's like this. You have boxes. And then in that, it still addresses the exact same thing a business plan does. But guess what? Without all the fluff. So you get to have to bullet it. You got to be clear, concise, and detailed. And then you've got to be to the point. And being able to look at this for your business helps you know what the success and structure of that business is going to be. So make a plan and put it together. It's sort of like the Bible says, where there is no vision, the people will perish. Where there is no plan, your business will perish. So resources. So I've given you a lot of steps, strategies, and things in terms of what you need to do to start your business and being able to kind of look at that. But guess what? On a national base and a national level, there are resources. There are organizations that you didn't even know that are there to help you. On a national basis, the Small Business Administration works in partnerships and funds small business development centers. In North Carolina, they're called the Small Business Technology Development Centers, but across the country is a small business center near you. A small business development center near you. There are SCORE chapters. They are mentor organizations that will help you and work with you on your business, to help you put those plans together, to help you identify those sources and uses of funds. So they are always a resource near you or in your community where you are. Women's Business Center. So there's the National Association of Women's Business Center, and there are women's business centers throughout the country. Matter of fact, the SBA just provided or funded 20 more additional women's business centers in 2021. So there is a women's business center near you wherever you are across the country. If you are a veteran-owned business, please, there are veteran business outreach centers. They're there. So these organizations are funded in part by the Small Business Administration. There's resources where there's the Minority Business Development Center that also are funding to really work with minority-based businesses. And then last but definitely not least is small business centers. Here in North Carolina, there is a small business center on all of your community colleges throughout North Carolina. It may be different in your state or region. However, there's either a small business center, a small business development center, a women's business center, or SCORE near you. And I want you to know, guess what? I ain't gonna tell you it's free, but I will tell you it's prepaid. And guess who's paid for it? You. You know why? Because if you're paying state, local, and federal taxes, that's who funds this. So why not start there? And then look at where you can then leverage resources and opportunities and how to really get with the right business consultant that can help you accomplish your goal. So the R in the ABCs of starting a business is resources. Tap into them. They're here for you. They are a wealth of information. They are talented people that can definitely walk you through this process. The S in the ABCs of starting a business are systems. You can't do anything without a system, a process, a manner and way that you're going to do it. And you've got to connect to those systems. So first and foremost, you need to have a banking system. Now, some of you may be doing business with Cash App or Venmo or any of those other systems. You need to have a banking system for your business. Your business needs to have a business banking account. Point and simple. I can't say it better, but I'm going to say it again. Your business needs to have a business banking account. You need to have a banking system. No matter whether it is your traditional brick and mortar banks, whether it's the fintech banks or financial institutions, or if it is credit unions that offer business bank accounts. But your business needs to have a business banking system. Guess why? How are people going to pay you? How will you receive this revenue that you're going to generate? So you've got to have a method. Cash App is not a method. Venmo is not a method. You need to have a business method and a business system for your business. 2, accounting system. The day and age of doing it in the shoebox is over. We're no longer doing it in the shoebox. We're no longer carrying receipts and having receipts and waiting to the end of the year and then just hand it over to your bookkeeper or accounting. That is out. It's over. Don't do it. At minimum, you've got to be able to use Excel, Google Sheets in order to keep up with your accounting records on a monthly basis. Don't wait till the end of the year. I can't stress this enough. Can y'all see this is my area of expertise? Because I'm so passionate. I just want y'all to know. Don't do this. Don't put it in a shoebox. Then there's other systems. Whether you're using Xero accounting software, QuickBooks Online software, Wave accounting, Zoho Books, FreshBooks. But guess what? use an accounting system. You need a system in order, because guess what? You need reports, you need information, you need data. You need to be able to know these things about your business. So you got to have a system. You got to be able to understand this for your business. And T, the last piece of my ABCs of starting a business is taxes. You got to have that system. You see that shoebox of receipts? You can't do that, because you've got to be able to know and have that positive record keeping and pay taxes. And you've got to know whether your area takes local, state, or federal taxes for your business. But typically, you want to make sure that if you're payroll, there's payroll taxes. If you for your business, you want to make sure that you're following the small business tax guidelines on a state level as well as a federal level. Now, let me just put a pin here because it came up this week. So this is hot off the press, that if you receive, so if you're an existing business, I know we're talking startup, but I want you to understand something, because we talked about funding. If you're a startup business, or if you're an existing business and you received, whether it was grant dollars or federal dollars from the SBA, specifically around Paycheck Protection Program, for your business, keep in mind that there is a tax on that. So that may have a negative or positive impact on your business. Also understand this. Just because you claim a business loss may not be the best long-term tax strategy for your business, specifically if you're looking for funding. So I want you to really think about your taxes and put a strategy to that. It's not just about, how can I get the most and outsource the government, right? Or the tax or the IRS man. Guess what? I need you to really think about the strategy and where you're trying to go for your business, because you may not need to take that business loss. So you may need to be able to show at least some profits each year, specifically if you're looking for funding. Also, when you're looking at income, you need to know what's the tax impact to my business. Grants, everybody always say, well, I want grants. That's free money. Not if it's taxed. So there is not a such thing as free money. There is a system, a process. So you want to make sure that you understand that. You also want to know what tax deductions you can take, right? So if you're operating out of a home, if you're operating out of an office, if you have office supplies, furniture, equipment, your software subscriptions, we're not doing a lot of travel, but if there was travel, meals, I had a call today about vehicle. So how can I write off the maintenance of my vehicle for my business? It depends. A lot of that may not be written off. So you want to make sure that you understand and you work with your professional about the tax deductions for your business. Because guess what? It's tax season. So now let me just recap. I have said a lot in terms of the ABCs of starting a business, and I just want to do what I call the startup steps review. So first and foremost, you got to have something that you're selling, right? You got to have that idea. You got to have a product or service. Otherwise, it's just a hobby. Second, you got to name it. It's got to have a business name. And once you have that business name, you got to have a structure to it, that certificate. Remember, we talked about that? And then you've got to be able to get a employer identification number. It's important to have that business bank account, the business accounting system, business insurance. You got to have a good marketing and branding strategy. And then the most important thing in the steps of starting a business is your business has to be able to generate revenue in order to pay its expenses. And hopefully you will have a net profit at the end. So now I'd love to be able to, here's my contact information. Once again, Monica said it so eloquently. Infinity Bridges is a consulting and training company. I focus on, of course, the finances of how to really start, grow, and sustain a business. I've been really engulfed in all of the PPP, the funding for businesses, really helping business put a pivot strategy together. to really understand how to sustain it, especially during a crisis. But I want you to understand that just because we're in a crisis or just because we're in a pandemic does not mean that there's no entrepreneurship opportunities. Remember, entrepreneurship is about solving a problem. I'm sure that you have a problem or a solution. Matter of fact, let me say it this way. I'm sure you have a solution to a problem that exists. The question is it something that people will pay for? So I would love for you to connect with me on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. You can always contact me and see if I can help you start and start and grow your business. And I want you to enjoy the expo. And so what I will do now is see if there's any questions and be able to answer those questions. Let's see. Let's see. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, get your weight up. All right. Any questions? Do we have any questions? All right. If there's no questions, I'll turn it back over to Monica.
Thank you so much, Latasha. That was so rich, full of information. And I must say, you were so knowledgeable. Like, I think everybody's going to have to go back and recap that. It was so full. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to connect with you after
Please
this
do.
session.
Definitely, please do. I look forward to it. And thank you, everybody. And thank you for joining me. And once again, I love to connect with you on social media. So you can go to Infinity Bridges and be able to connect with me. Let me know what your thoughts. Let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything that you're like, what did you say about this? Please repeat that for me. I'm glad to be able to do it for you.
Thank you so much. Okay, she was amazing. And so we are going to roll right into our next guest, who is going to be Merrill Holloway. And I'm going to read his bio. And just like the others, amazing. Let me get started on his bio. So Merrill Holloway is a native North Carolinian born in Reidsville, North Carolina, currently residing in Raleigh. He is passionate and a dedicated advocate for economic empowerment and social justice within several North Carolina communities and business sectors. He received a formal education from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He is both the founder and executive director of North Carolina 100, a nonprofit focused on mapping and identifying opportunities for collaboration and change in Rockingham County. Also serving as organizational partner with Rural Forward NC program housed within the Foundation for Health Leadership and Innovation. As a champion of economic development in the Triangle, Merrill served as Director of Development for the Greater Durham Black Chamber of Commerce, as an advocate worker in purchasing cooperatives. He serves as the chairman of the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center. Since 2011, Merrill has served on Durham Technical Community College's Business Administration Advisory Committee in several capacities. In 2018, he became a regional expansion partner for Community Purchasing Alliance in Washington, D.C. This spring, Merrill was named to the 2020 to 2022 cohort for the William C. Friday Fellowship for Human Relations, representing 19 North Carolina counties. He was also featured in October in the Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust newsletter discussing leadership and health equity. If that is not an amazing bio, I don't know what is. And I am honored to say that I am also a part of the William C. Friday Fellowship. So I am very happy to welcome Merrill Holloway.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I am so happy to be here. This is awesome.
We are happy to have you on this platform today. And to have you, you're going to be talking to us about the business of nonprofits.
The business of
Right.
nonprofit. Yeah, I'll do that. And in true Friday Fellowship fashion,
That's right. And North
I will.
Carolina at Chapel Hill as well.
That's right. Hill Pride. Hill
Yeah.
Pride. We got the
Yeah. I see your tie.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. I guess before I do have some slides to present, but I do want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly. I do want to thank all the folks that have been able to participate with the Black Business Expo. I love seeing these beautiful Black faces and folks talking about all different types of things and the intersection of business and equity. I've loved hearing a lot of the stuff I've heard over these 3 days and just all of the different aspects of all of the African diaspora. So this is awesome. This is right up my alley. So you've already shared those things about me, so I don't have to talk about myself, and I'll share a little bit about my organization, NC100, and some of the hats that I wear, and then talk about nonprofits and some of my thoughts. And hopefully some of the stuff people will find interesting. Some of it will be new to some people. Some of it will be old hat, but hopefully there's a couple spins on it and people will find things interesting and new, or just something to think about. So we'll get going. And I actually have a friend of mine that I'm doing some work with that I'll bring in probably about 20 minutes in. So
Okay, that's going to be. Thank you so much. I'll let you have it from here, Mel.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, again, guys, my name is Merrill Holloway, and I am the executive director of NC100. That is the thing that I will talk probably the most about before I go into the business of nonprofits and share a couple things with you. I also wear a couple other hats that you heard Monica talk about. I have been in the nonprofit space for a little while. I spent a lot of time with self-help. If people are familiar with self-help, it is headquartered in Durham. The other work I do is also in nonprofit space. So Rural Forward is focused in health equity. The North Carolina Employee Ownership Center is focused also in Durham. It's also a nonprofit. So I'm going to pull up, let's see, these slides, see if I can do this right. I do want to say before I get too deep into talking about NC100, that the story behind NC100, it really is a personal one. I am from Rockingham County, so I don't know if people are familiar with where Rockingham County is, but it is a little small town where I grew up. It's called Reidsville, North Carolina, a small town in a pretty large county. Rockingham County is in the middle of North Carolina, but at the very top, right on the Virginia line. It's actually 92,000 people in that county. And Rockingham County, much like a bunch of other rural communities, it was kind of, the economy was based on textiles, advanced manufacturing, and tobacco. Not like unlike a bunch of other rural communities. And over time, textiles went away. NAFTA happened. Tobacco is not king anymore like it used to be. And that advanced manufacturing kind of changed a little bit, and the skills that are needed to be able to be successful in that have gone up. And sometimes those skills don't match what the schools are preparing our students for. And so over time, where I and other people who are Generation X, I'm 47 years old, were able to benefit from those times and their parents were working. Times are different now. And so folks don't have the opportunities that they had. And so the systems that need to be protecting folks, especially people who are from marginalized backgrounds. And a lot of times those folks look like a lot of folks that have been on some of our calls and what you've seen on the screen today. They need folks that do nonprofit work. And so that story and the needs that those people have, it's a very personal one. So I wanted to kind of take the resources that I had, resources that friends of mine had that left these rural communities. I wanted to bring those resources back. I wanted to bring those stories back. I wanted to have some innovation that I brought back. And I wanted to see what could I do in partnership with folks in the community to kind of build a bigger and better Rockingham County. And in that turn, build a bigger and better North Carolina. But I wanted it to be directed by the people and not directed by me. So let me go into my slides. Mark, if you can throw up these slides and I'll talk a little bit more about NC100 and then go into my thoughts. All right. So the way I like to talk about nonprofits and the way I like to talk about, especially mine, is methodology and objectives. I think one of the things that people do when they talk about the work that they do, you want to kind of break it down into what I call three things. The methodology is, how you go about the work. How do you do it? How you think about the work? Objectives are your goals and what you want to get done with the work. And then the last thing that you want to do when you do community focused work are what are your boundaries? All right. Let's see if I can get my slides to work here. The objectives for NC 100, really two things. And I talk to folks about this. I think a lot of times when you have an organization that is doing really good work, you want to be very clear about what you're doing. And we've been very clear about what we're trying to do in Rockingham County. And hopefully it'll be a model that we can take to other places. We want the student population, and we are working with middle school children right now. We want them to be able to explore great career options before the 9th grade. And that will lend towards 100% of middle school children that get to 9th grade having really great career options as they graduate from high school. And sometimes that means I'm going to go to college. Sometimes that means I'm going to be an entrepreneur. Sometimes that means I'm going to be I'm going to go to college. I'm going to go to community college. Sometimes that means I'm going to go to the military. Sometimes that means I'm going to take an apprentice program and then maybe think about going to a 4-year university. Sometimes that means I'm going to take a couple of years off and figure out what I want to do. But we really have tried to break it down into like these two main tracks of you either going to work for somebody or you're going to have somebody work for you. But if we have an approach in our nonprofit work that people are going to have this approach that there are different doors that you walk through instead of these floors you need to elevate to, then you're going to have more people be in a place where they don't feel left out. I think educators do a really good job and they do the best that they can. But obviously, if you are a teacher, you went to college, right? So sometimes we put a lot of emphasis on college, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we think there are a lot of ways you can be successful, whether you do that or not directly out of high school. But that's one objective. We try to make that really simple for our students. There are plenty of different ways to be successful, just the way you want to define it. But you always want to move in excellence, right? The other thing that we like to focus on is to talk about our community having all of the access to their resources that support and protect their wealth. So a lot of the conversations that you've heard during the Black Business Expo this week have been talking about building wealth, protecting your assets. You heard Latasha talk a little bit in the last session about all the things you need to be thinking about if you're going to be an entrepreneur, all the smart things, your tax code, your licensing, all the things you need to protect your business. All the things that we are all trying to do are bring that information to folks so they can protect their wealth and create wealth. And typically people who have wealth and are able to protect it, they're typically healthy. So that's really important to us. So you see here at the bottom that we really stress this idea of work, however that comes to you, wealth, and well-being. The way that we look at our work is that we are asset based. So you go into a community and we look at, building upon the assets that are already there. You don't look at the deficits. So we look really hard to say, where are the strengths? Try to build upon those strengths, build community leaders from non-traditional spaces, ask them, what's the best way to move ahead. We look to see that we look to be, movers of process and not content, help people navigate through philanthropy. I'll talk a little bit more about what that means and focus on strategic relationships. The way that we like to move in our social enterprise work is that we are a witness for folks. We try to be. We convene if we're asked to convene. We don't make any assumptions. Coach if we're asked to coach. Facilitate if we're asked to facilitate. Connect if we can. Document if we can. And consensus builder and bring those connections if we can. We don't do anything unless we're asked. We like to be moved and we don't like to direct. Rural Forward is an organization I talked a little bit about, and the way that connects is that we operate in what's called Healthy Places, North Carolina. And if you can't really see it here, but in Rockingham County, where I'm from, is what the KB Reynolds Charitable Trust has designated as a Healthy Places North Carolina county. And if you see these other counties here, these are all been designated as counties that need extra support in building health equity goals. So you see Halifax, Nash, Edgecombe, Beaufort. You see Wake is where we're centered from, actually living here in Wake. We work in Robeson, Bladen, Columbus, McDowell, Burke. All of these counties are places that we operate in. We do some work in other places, but you see we concentrate in these rural communities, trying to help people with facilitation, trying to help folks with that, all the things I talked about a little bit before, being a convener, trying to be a witness, trying to build consensus and all those things. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. NC100, man, I want to make sure that we plug it so you guys can follow us. We are trying to build our platform. That's another thing. I think businesses, and we are business, nonprofits are businesses. I'll talk a little bit more about that. We are not charities. We are actually businesses. So we are trying to make sure that we have people that follow us. We have people that know what we're doing, and we want to connect. So on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we are on, what else is there? What am I missing? Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. That's the other one. So again, like I said before, nonprofits are businesses. We have a marketing issue. I think by, the business, I really love that Eric titled this session, The Business of Nonprofits. Nonprofits are businesses. I think what we have done by having a negative term in front of the title, sometimes it devalues or gets people confused on actually what the process is. We are businesses. It is a incorporation status with tax code. Under state law, you can file to be a nonprofit. So a lot of folks file and they have an idea and they want to create a nonprofit, and they go through the Secretary of State. Here in North Carolina, you can file to be a nonprofit under the state of North Carolina. You can, it's not that hard. If you got $60 and a couple minutes to fill out a form, you can be a nonprofit. And that is a state law incorporation status. Not very hard to do. It allows you to start doing the community work, and you can feel really good that you have made that first step. The tax exempt status refers to the federal income tax exempt, and that allows you to be eligible for different funding under the IRS. So if you have not done the second part, then you will not be eligible for the funding that you need from certain organizations if you want to get major gifts. So a lot of folks do the first step because it's relatively easy. There aren't a lot of barriers, and it allows you to be a nonprofit. But to have the tax exempt part, you've got to do that second piece and get the tax exempt part. Just because you are helping people doesn't mean you can make money, that you can't make money. Nonprofit organizations, we are social enterprises. We are businesses that are committed to doing work to help the community, but we aren't, and we are allowed to have greater income than the expenses that we have. So you can make a profit, you can make money because you need to be sustainable to continue to do the work. But you aren't making money that will help private individuals. So much like a credit union is making money to support and help the community earn funds and not individual board members, nonprofits are making money to support the work that you're doing. So you have to sustain the operation. So sometimes it gets kind of twisted, where you start a nonprofit and people don't really understand if a church or a group that's doing community work, which is really great direct service work, and they don't understand why people are asking for money, and it seems like you're begging. You're not begging. You are trying to make money to sustain really great work. And the difference is, and it's just basically tax code, you are making the money to sustain the work to keep it going. So I do think that we have to think a little bit more about how we term and what we call these organizations. They really are social enterprises. Another difference is, right, nonprofits aren't going to pay or will pay no dividends. So that's another core difference. It really is just a structure difference in the business. So try to think about that when you are talking about the differences between a business that is a for-profit LLC or an S corp or some type of other structured business that is strictly meant to benefit stockholders and shareholders and private individuals, and a organization that is meant to serve the community. So these are businesses, social enterprises. Maybe we need to start a movement one day to figure out a way to get a different name for it. Why do nonprofits fail? Why do social enterprises sometimes fail? Here's a few reasons that I'd opine, and I would love to, when we get done with this, have a couple people throw out a couple ideas or shoot a couple questions at me. I'd love to debate this a little bit. The reason that some nonprofits fail, some social enterprises can fail, is limited with leadership with limited financial experience. That's going to kill you. If you have board members who are disengaged, or you don't really have a really full functional board, a lot of times you have, really one or two spirited folks that are doing all the work, and you don't have a board that's trying to help you raise money, helping you think about your strategic vision, or you don't have a strategic vision at all. You don't do any long-term planning. You're only thinking about how you're going to get things done for that one particular year. You're not looking 3-4 years ahead. Or there's a lack of diversification in your revenue streams. That can be over-reliance on a grant. You could have one funder that really supports you in 2021 because you have found that thing that's the niche thing that everybody's into in 2021. But what happens in 2023 when that niche thing isn't the thing anymore and you haven't thought about diversifying your income? It's almost like a business. If you are leaning on one particular product and then that product isn't selling anymore, then what do you have, right? Here's an example. A lot of organizations, in particular nonprofits, have these really interesting revenue mixes, and not all of them have multiple mixes, but you really need to think about your social enterprise in these different ways of having different types of income. There are fees for goods and services. A lot of nonprofits, and there I go again, calling them nonprofits, but nonprofits and social enterprises don't think enough about having a line item for goods and services. There are things that you can find value for in the community that people can pay you to do. You can contract out to. One of the things that NC 100 is really focused on is trying to talk to institutions about equitable distribution of their resources. Of course, a lot of social enterprises and nonprofits, and I'm so happy to be able to be in partnership with an organization that we'll bring up in a couple minutes. My friend Jay, and he'll talk a little bit about the work that he does. Who can do work where he's getting fees for goods and services. There are individual donations and major gifts, right? So people just really believe in you and they support you and they go to your PayPal, they go to your Cash App and they give you money. You go to corporate contributions. You look at these foundations that, that will go to IBM and say, hey, IBM, we're doing this really cool thing. Will you give us, $10,000, and they are able to sustain themselves that way? That's a revenue stream. Community Reinvestment Act funds. I don't think a lot of people think about that. If you are running a social enterprise, you're running a nonprofit, there are a lot of financial institutions that have community reinvestment at OJ. Thank you. Appreciate that. We are on TikTok. We are not very good on TikTok. We probably have maybe 9 to 10 followers. So if somebody's good on TikTok, tell us how to get that done. Community Reinvestment Act funds, guys. There are financial institutions have funds that they can give to organizations that are doing great work in the community that you can go ask. Go to your BB&T, go to your Wachovia. I'm sorry, Wachovia. You can tell I'm 47. Go to your financial institutions and figure out who those folks are. That's exactly right. And ask for that information. Foundation grants, you can go to your, Z Smith Reynolds. We're very lucky to be able to have those foundation grants. Government grants and contracts, a lot of organizations do that and they get money that way. Interest from investments. Some people take some funds and they pull those and they make investments and make money that way. People get loans. I don't know if people know, if you go to SBA.gov, there is an emergency impact disaster loan fund for folks that have been impacted by COVID. You can get a very favorable loan. If you're a nonprofit or social enterprise has been impacted by COVID, that is a very favorable loan. If you've been impacted, I think it's a loan percentage. I think it's 2.75. There are organizations that have been able to get $15,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 and only have to pay, it's a 30-year note at 2%, 2.5%. And, that's $100 payment, $200 payment to get you through. Some organizations are trade organizations that are nonprofits and they have membership dues and fees. So think about having multiple streams of revenue. What makes social enterprise hang around a little bit longer? Collaboration with other community organizations help you hang around a little bit longer. This idea that you're doing this by yourself is false. If you have a great vision statement, that is really helpful. If you have a great mission statement that allows people to really understand what you're trying to do. If you're able to tell people that some examples of having these well-crafted mission and vision statements are, we exist to do X. We believe in this. We value this. This is the problem or problems we're working to address. What will be accomplished by reaching the goals, blah, blah, blah. What is the overall issue or societal problem that you're trying to address? You want to have these really large visions that you can see yourself trying to solve, that people can rally behind. So that makes you hang around and people can understand what you're trying to do. I want to show you a couple of other things that people think about when they're getting into this nonprofit space or this social enterprise space. This is not charity. And I wrote, this ain't charity. It's justice. That's what this work really is. There are really these three different types of place where power is held, guys. And if I were to ask you which one of these pieces is the most powerful, is it institutional? Are there people in groups, or is it your individual power that's the most powerful group in this Venn diagram? I don't know if there's a right answer. They all have like their key components that have some power, but without your individual ability to communicate your concepts effectively, you can't form groups that have this collaborative to put people in power in these institutions. And then the institutions can't impact and run these policies and system changes. So nonprofits do a really good job of trying to navigate through all three of these and group people together and try to have people build their own agency. So wanted to just kind of get that out there. The other thing that helps nonprofits kind of move together a little bit forward is this idea. I don't know if I can back up. Oh, I can't back up. I don't know if I can. I think I went back. There we go. Another thing that helps people move forward, I only have a couple of minutes, so I want to bring in Jay, is this boulder theory. I had a person tell me a long time ago that doing this type of work, the work that people do in the nonprofit space, is like pushing a boulder up a really steep hill. You're pushing it up a few millimeters, waiting for the next person to help you push it up a few more millimeters. If you take on the idea that you're the only person that can move that boulder, you're going to tire yourself out and you're going to be hurt. And you're going to hurt other people. The people that have a very healthy attitude about nonprofit work, social enterprise work, they're able to stay around, they're able to stay healthy, they're able to help people, and they're able to understand that you're trying to have some impact over a range of outcomes. If you just like to help people because it makes you feel good, then you should probably just be a volunteer somewhere. You don't need to run the social enterprise, because this type of work really takes patience, it takes trust. It takes strategic vision. Listening with care in communities makes a lot of sense. You can't have individual vision. You can't have a bunch of hubris. You have to be able to distill key points, do reflective listening, and you have to understand positions versus interests. And what do I mean by that? Most people will tell you their position when you talk to them. You can get that very easy. If we're in a room talking in a group of folks, let's say we're all in a room right now, we're sitting in a circle, and somebody all of a sudden got up and shut the door, and you don't ask any questions, and you make some assumption. You may think they're upset. You don't know exactly what's going on unless you ask them. They could be cold, they could be frightened, it could be too loud outside. That's the interest. The position is they got up and shut the door. Their interests are You don't really know until you ask. So you have to kind of understand the difference between positions and interests. Behavior, stances, what is said, hurt, and felt above the surface. That's the headline. The underlying needs and motivations below the surface are the real important things that good, lasting, sustainable nonprofits do really well. I'm going to skip ahead and I'm going to just say one more thing before I bring. I think the other thing that nonprofits do is social enterprises have really good partnerships. I want to bring my guy Jay up to talk a little bit about the work that he does and what makes and one of the partnerships I'm very, very proud of. But I want to leave you before going to Jay. Community focused organizations aren't around because needs are being met. If the private sector was doing all the things that needed to be done to support people and systems, then we wouldn't be around. So the things that I think about, and folks are watching us now live and watching us on replay, the things you need to be thinking about when you're doing the work that you're doing is what happens if you do nothing and what happens if you get it right. So that means taking your time. That means thinking through things. That means this boulder theory I'm talking about. That means distilling between positions and interests. And it means taking the time to have your work be directed by the people and not by your own vision. So, Mark, can you bring up Jay? I'd love to have Jay talk a little bit about the work that he's doing with Love is a Parable and some partnership work we're doing with NC100 and some of his thoughts on nonprofit work. Hey, Jay.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right, brother.
You know, it's always weird to be on this side of StreamYard. I'm like, where's my stuff? Where's my stuff?
Hey, Mark, you can pull down the screen. I'm done with showing people stuff.
Okay.
All right. So what your thoughts, man? I just wanted to say I'm really appreciative. I want folks to know that I've been working with this man. We've had a chance to know each other for, probably almost a year and a half, probably maybe longer than that. But I would just love to get your thoughts on some of the stuff that I said and just share with the people a little bit about Love is a Parable. And if there's anything that you agree or disagree, or what's your thoughts on the business of nonprofits?
Well,
social enterprise.
What I was about to say, that's what I like more than anything is the fact that you call it a social enterprise. And a lot of people are under the impression that because we have a nonprofit, that means we don't need money and we don't need resources and we're doing a lot of things for free. Now, don't get me wrong. When I started Love is a Parable, I thought the same thing. I thought we couldn't charge for certain things. There were a lot of things that I was just ignorant of. And I tell you, like, one of the things that I did is just find you a safe space and people that you can talk to where you can admit your ignorances. Don't go around acting as if you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Ask questions and seek out those who really can give you what you need. And if somebody can't give you what you need, don't compromise the integrity of yourself or your organization. Our nonprofit is Love is a Parable. We have this weird vision that we can see a world living in unity through love. And we have a methodology and approach, which is reflective thinking, along with the sacred box theory, where we help people identify their values and show them how their values help them to make key decisions, how they see life, how they see others, but also the decisions that they make. And so we help them through their values remove restrictive thinking, restrictive ideologies, and assumptive thinking. So the hope is once we remove all the barriers, individuals can become the best of them and see the best in others. And that's how we achieve unity. We also specialize in having tough conversations. We're not the ones that are afraid to have those difficult conversations if it's going to forge togetherness. What I liked about what Meryl said is that we have to debunk the solo success theory because a lot of us can be successful together. We're going into our 4th year, and last year was our best year. Last year was our best year, and we have a social media reach of over 300,000, and we are in 86 countries. Because of the stuff that we've been doing, and we are doing it together. I would add to that, know the difference between network and collaboration. Network is nothing more than you curating what resources you can actually use. Collaboration is when you engage. We have to stop using network as engagement because you haven't had a chance to develop true relationships yet.
Right.
Make sure you develop those relationships. Trust your instinct. Don't be too eager to do anything. Make sure you have a clear vision and a mission. All of the things that you were saying, Meryl, I agree with 1,000%. We just got to make sure that we're getting with the right people. Trust your gut. Trust your instinct. If it is telling you something is not right, 9 times out of 10, something is not right. And what can end up happening is you put your business in jeopardy because you didn't trust your instinct. The other thing is leverage your resources. We are 100% volunteer. I'm 100% volunteer. And that's because we have greater things that we're doing. You can speak to your people and let them know exactly what you're trying to do. And a lot of people will buy into your vision and they will leverage the resources you need by giving you human capital.
Yeah.
You need human capital to do a lot of these things. My strong suit is organizational management. So I do have a unique skill where I can see the big picture, and I have set up Love is a Parable. If every leadership member and advisory committee member fall, I can still do most of the business by the push of a button. We have to think like that because life happens, things happen, but we want to make sure that we are strategic. But you have people that you are connected to right now waiting on you to tell them what to do. Tell them how you need them to work. Be as specific as you can be, and that way that you can commit. In addition to having a board, I will take it a step further and say, get you some type of committees that can do stuff. If you don't have volunteers, we have an advisory committee, which is nothing more than a whole pool of subject matter experts. Get you an NDA. When you have ideas, you have a big think tank.
They tell it for the folks that don't know what the NDA is. Tell them what the NDA is.
Disclosure agreement.
Yep.
In year 1 and 2, I had individuals that basically took our ideas and tried to do it their own way. Well, now, anytime I meet, Meryl will tell you, anytime I meet with anybody, I send them an NDA. It's no offense. Just look at it as business. Meaning, hey, I'm gonna tell you some sensitive information. I want to make sure that it's secured, and I want to legally make sure that it is secured. Yep. You send them the NDA. If they have a problem with signing the NDA, don't do business with them. Because everything that you have, you got to look at yourself as a multi-million-dollar company. And any information that you give, that's multi-million-dollar money that you're giving away right there, and you need it for your organization. So once I started signing NDAs, not only did my business start to thrive, but I also, it vets people themselves. Some people say, well, I don't need to do all that. You can trust me. Well, if I can trust you, sign an NDA.
Right.
And even when y'all separate, even when people separate for whatever reason, sometimes we don't separate from bad reasons. But if somebody tells any information, we still have NDAs on file. And so
yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think that's a good point and I think I've heard that on a couple people this week talking a little bit about I think sometimes and I don't want to map this to people that look like us, but sometimes we do a lot of handshake deals. Sometimes we are informal because we are just informal. And we don't want to go through all those things because it's like, oh, we don't have to do that. And then we fall out and then people's feelings are hurt. But the reason that you have things and you put pen to paper is so people don't have these misunderstandings. Or when you do have the misunderstanding, you can go back to the thing that was written and then you don't have to worry about it. And it keeps people accountable. So again, I just want to stress, because I've been saying this, for the last, I've been thinking about this for the last year and a half about, just the name nonprofits gets things twisted. And sometimes people have these really great ideas for these community things that I want to help the community. I want to do this direct service. I'm a former nonprofit. And it's like, that's fine, but realize these are businesses. And so sometimes if you have a really great idea and you want to do a great community project, then maybe you need to find an established nonprofit that has all this stuff together and have them be your fiscal sponsor. But go ahead.
No, I think I agree wholeheartedly, but I will say that if you look at these as just business practices, that's going to be part of the problem. You have to look at these as life management practices.
True.
You You should have a personal life statement. You should know what you are purposed to do each and every day. If you don't have a mission and a vision statement for your life, for your family, I suggest you get one, because how can you run a business if you can't run your day-to-day life? And I think that that's where a lot of people miss the mark, because we're looking at them as two separate entities. No, this is your life work. And we got to set up things in place. And Mara, I just wanted to show them a quick thing, if that's okay.
Sure. Okay.
This is what we call, let me see. It won't let me bring it up. Hey, can I bring this up real quick, please? How much time we have, Meryl?
There's one more thing I need to share in the last. You got about 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna share something, and then we'll close out. You got 5 more minutes.
I would like to share this on the screen, please.
Do I need to pull mine down, Mark, and then you can Jay can share his? Let me take mine down. Hold on a second.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm stop mine, and then when you share yours, maybe Mark can pull yours up.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to show them is actually we have a mission and a vision for our organization, but we literally, here you go. We call it the Friendship Network. We have our mission and our vision in here, but these are other organizations that are helping us to achieve our mission and our vision. And here's the thing, we don't ask these organizations to change their name. We don't ask them to just come up under Love is a Parable. No, we legitimately say, hey, this is a partnership between Love is a Parable and Lenora Pours. This is a partnership between Love is a Parable and Love is a Gift. This is how we get things done. And when we talk to them and say, hey, we're all trying to achieve the same thing. Meryl and I, along with Adrian, did a similar thing for NC 100. We just partnered with one another and said, hey, this is what's happening. And I'm better with visuals. So I'll say, hey, let me show you a picture of what I mean. And everyone has a go-to. And Meryl is using that same picture for other partnerships. When you have a relationship and an agreement, it's easier for you all to achieve, and we all can get pieces of the pie without going hungry. So partnerships and collaboration is very important, not just networking.
Agreed. Well, I appreciate that, Jay. Well, I'm gonna show something real quick. I appreciate you, and then I'm gonna close us out. Thank you, sir. Is there anything else you want to show? You want to share before you go?
No, I definitely just want to say I appreciate you for all the things that you're doing, and thank you for being a person of your word, and thank you for being a mentor to me, because we have been succeeding since our partnership. So that's what it's about: win, win, win.
Yeah, no, and I think that's how we're successful. And again, I really believe in that theory. It's like we're pushing this boulder together. Few millimeters, you push, I push. And we're gonna get it up the hill together, man. I appreciate you, bro. Mm-hmm. All right, Mark, I'm gonna show my slides and finish out. If I can hit that button again. Let's see if I can do this one more time. All right, I just want to share one more thing. So another hat that I wear. So I told you guys about NC 100. I told you guys a little bit about Rural Forward. The other hat that I want to tell you guys about, and this is part of the nonprofit work as well, is I am the board chair for an organization called the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center. And this is very important work that I really want folks to listen to and understand. Over the next 20 years, retiring business owners will be selling or bequeathing over $10 trillion worth of assets. This is across the country. This is going to be over 2.3 million companies employing 1 in 6 workers nationwide, or close to 25 million people. And this is not just Black businesses. This is businesses all over the country. One of the things that the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center is trying to do within the state of North Carolina is build wealth for the entire state. But there are some concerns that we have about how this information is getting disseminated in rural communities and for business owners of color. And so we want to make sure that folks hear about this. And I could not let this opportunity being in front of folks today go by without making sure that folks hear about this. And I want folks to get in touch with me if they want to know more, or just go to the website. And I will definitely would love to share the website later. I guess I didn't prepare myself and put the website on here, but people can get in touch with me. 6 out of 10 business owners plan to sell their businesses in the next decade. But the problem is only 20% of businesses that are listed ever really sell. 1/3 of business owners over 50 are having a hard time finding a buyer. And only 15% of businesses get passed down to second generation. And that's overall numbers. If you cut that number down to businesses of color, that number gets cut down to about 3%. There just aren't a lot of second generation business owners of color. It just doesn't happen. And there's a lot of historical reasons for that. The North Carolina Employee Ownership Center was just been formed. We just hired an executive director 2 months ago. Very happy to say that we hired one. She's unbelievable. But we are based in Durham, and we are really focused on legacy business owners that are getting ready to transition out of their businesses to think about transitioning their businesses to their employees. We definitely want to make sure that our Black-owned businesses stay in the communities. There definitely are there are definitely Black-owned businesses that do not end in hands of other Black people. There are businesses right now that have been traditionally owned by Black folks that aren't owned by Black folks anymore, but the folks that operate the business or work at the business are Black, and people don't know the difference. And in a city like Durham that has this rich history of Black ownership, home ownership, business ownership, it's a really interesting mix. It's a really interesting dynamic. And I think people would be very surprised about the amount of money that the city of Durham, and actually the city of Raleigh, with the municipality, the city of Durham, the county of Durham, how much money is actually being spent with Black businesses of color, and the actual worth of businesses that are owned by people of color versus our white counterparts. But we have got to be thinking strategically about the transitioning out of businesses. A lot of folks use insurance to transition out, which is fine. But what we want to try to do is build places where the employees that are there now can benefit from the ownership. One way to do that are employee stock option programs. And the cool thing about employee ownership, if you transition the ownership of the company to employees that already work there. Now, obviously, you need to have a decent sized company. So anywhere from 10 to 25 employees, it creates this really awesome Venn diagram. The owner gets liquidity because they get to exit the business. The worker gets job security and ability to gain wealth. So not only are you earning a paycheck, but you're also getting some type of passive income. And then the communities need to keep the businesses open so the businesses don't leave and go somewhere else. And those businesses that may or may not be able to be passed down to individuals of color, if there's a workforce that is primarily made of color, then you're getting some type of wealth to go into communities. So I just want to stress that is a very important thing that is going on right now. We want people to get involved. I'm very happy to say the speaker that spoke before, right before me, serves on the board with me, Latasha Best-Gaddy. We are very excited about the work, and we are really encouraging folks that want to learn more about this. You can get in touch with either one of us. I just wanted to make sure that I got that in before I finished. And I wanted to leave some time. I maybe left too much time, but this is how folks can get in touch with me. At NC100, www.nc-100.org. My email is merrill@nc-100.org. And I am on Twitter at MBNC100, and would definitely want to leave some time for some questions. I definitely can go over other things, but I'm going to take this down. I don't know, Monica, if you have any questions for me, wanted to leave time for questions and anything that somebody wanted to cover, or if there's anything else that I can go back over in more detail, happy to do so. or if there's questions that people have for Jay. I think okay. But let me say one more time. Oh, hi, Marcus.
Hi.
Anything you want to share? I mean, I can
Well,
kind
you
of do.
can finish your thought. I think you were saying something.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the big thing that I could highlight if somebody's just catching this at the end is like I just can't stress enough that like nonprofits really are social enterprises and are businesses, and I can't stress enough the need for folks to be thinking about it that way. That sometimes there is a laissez-faire that kind of happens with that. People don't think about the compliance that happens when you have to go for a bunch of grants, all the things, the tax code, the partnerships, the different type of revenue streams, there's just so many things to a nonprofit that creates that has the same amount of intricacies that a normal for-profit business has, that folks really need to be thinking about before they get into this space. And it's not to be played with. So I just want folks to be thinking about that. And there's no reason for people to spend their personal finances to build these businesses. There's no reason for people to be ashamed to ask for income. There's no reason for people to want to leave their job where they're working for somebody to start a nonprofit business and get money for themselves and ask for a salary for themselves. These are legitimate ways to help the community, but you also have to be able to carve out some income for yourself to do the work. This is valuable work for the community, and it is not to benefit you personally, but you have to eat, right? And the work has to get done. So I just want folks to know that.
And I have a thought that you mentioned a certain number. I'm not going to try to rattle off those stats, but a number of businesses and nonprofits that will close over the next several years. Will you talk more in depth about that? And forgive me if I missed it. It was a lot to take in when you were talking about it, but why is that the case?
Oh, why don't the businesses sell?
Why are you said that they were projected to be a lot of businesses that are going to close and shut down.
Yeah, well, a lot of for nonprofits in particular, they shut down because of compliance. So there is a 3-year window for social enterprises to shut down. There's an issue with the board, so the board is non-compliant. There's people lose energy. They don't feel like dealing with all the stuff they're supposed to deal with. You have to file your 990. There's a 990 form for most social enterprises that have to be filed. And if you don't do that for 3 years, you automatically get shut down. And that happens all the time. I can't tell you how many folks I have run into that had the nonprofit status from the state. They took all the time to do the IRS tax exemption. They didn't do their simple postcard. And basically, Monica, if your organization does not, if your organization has less than $50,000 of revenue, you literally have to fill out a postcard that costs you $30, and you just send it in. It takes no time to do the taxes for something like that, because they basically, if you have that little bit of revenue, the IRS doesn't care because you're not paying taxes anyway. And so you literally just have to spend $30 and hit a button. But people don't do it because they just don't do it, and they lose the status, and you have to start all over again and reapply. So that's the nonprofit piece. The reason that the businesses don't sell is there's not a person to sell it to. They don't have any kids that want to take the business, or they just can't. They haven't taken the time to get a proper evaluation of the business, so the business just goes away and the community loses the business.
Okay, and that may speak to the question Ms. McCoy just asked, to expand on why businesses are not passed down generationally. If you could speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of I think it's like what I said, but I think the big thing is in rural. I can speak more to what happens in rural communities. So have you ever heard of the concept of brain drain?
No, I haven't.
So brain drain is a
Enlighten me.
concept. So brain drain, you got you being from a rural community, right? What we're told when, especially for, folks who are Generation X and younger and older millennials, we didn't have access to be able to go and have the opportunities that maybe our parents did. Our parents didn't have the opportunities that we had, and then so on and so forth. So the thing is like, well, if you can get the opportunity, you need to get out of here, get
Yeah.
out of here, and
Yeah.
then leave. And then you go to Chapel Hill or you go to New York or go to DC, and there's nothing interesting about coming back to little old Windsor, wherever you're from. And so you're not coming back. So mom and dad have a shoe store. There is a awesome little photography store that had been around in Reedsville for a very long time, and he was able to send his kids away to college. They all went to like different schools across the country. And when I remember his name, Mr. Nunley, very vividly. And when he passed away, very successful photography shop, he passed away. That store sat dormant for 20 years, and dust, cobwebs, who knows what's in that thing. They eventually had to rip it up because like the kids were like, we don't want that. And so brain drain is a big deal. So like the kids aren't coming back, and and it's old, and there's no innovative way. Maybe nobody's kind of thought about something different to kind of make that go to like a digital photography instead of that old school wind up the camera. So I think that's the other thing too. And then if there's nobody who has taken care to make that work innovative, then that company just dies. But if you were to have, if somebody who's running a company who's like 60 right now were to start an employee trust and come to us in the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center, and we could say, hey, the 3 people that you have working right here now, let's set up a cooperative or employee trust, and then you can sell your company to your employees. Those employees aren't going anywhere. And now you've created this space where they know the books, open book management, they're more invested. And then when they pass away or they decide to transition, they get their money. They understand that they get the full value of the business. They feel really good. The community gets to keep this really valuable resource. And these people have something that's wealth building, and then they can pass it on to their families.
Okay, so I didn't know the term, but I know the story coming from rural Eastern North Carolina very well. And so, and I think I'm probably an example of that as well. And I hope Ms. McCoy that answers that question. And so, Meryl, I guess before we go, if you have any final thoughts, or do you think you summed up pretty well the business of nonprofits for everybody this evening?
I think so. I think people got that. I mean, I hope so. I'm trying to think of something else that I wanted to impress upon folks. I think that's the main thing. I mean, I think the revenue mix too. I think that's one thing I want to also leave people with. Like, there are so many different ways to have income streams. I think a lot of times people just kind of get focused, on I got to get these grants, and that's the only way I can get money, and I'll focus on these grants. But you get leveraged by the grants, and then I actually know folks that stay away from grants because they feel that if I do go for grants, then I'm going to be beholden to the grant maker. And that happens sometimes. So the grant person, so you go get a foundation grant from the local foundation. And also, I think somebody's asked me to put, I'm saying get distracted by the private chat. But the local foundation that gives you the grant, sometimes that is very true. They do want you to do things in the community the way that they would.
Want you to do it. Yeah.
And that does happen because I have been part of organizations that go into a community, and without asking anybody in the community, they say, hey, you people need this, this, and this. And then they're surprised when the community is like, well, we didn't ask for this and we don't want any of this because you didn't ask for it. So I think that definitely is a thing that you have to watch out for. And if you're getting a grant and that's your only revenue, then you're in trouble because you haven't figured out a way to diversify, your funds. So it is just as important it is to be able to have a really strong grant revenue cycle. It also is important to have a local base of donors that support you. And not only will they show up for you for meetings and be able to come to events that you have, but they also need to be able to, show you love, whether it's $10, it's $5. If you have 1,000 people giving you $5, that's just as powerful as one person giving you 5,000.
That's good. I think that's a great thought to end on. Will you share your contact information with us one more time, and then we're gonna go on to our next guest?
I think the best thing for people to be able to do to get in contact with me is just go to www.nc-100.org, and there is a contact us at the bottom, and you can join our listserv. I can also be found on Twitter if people are on the Twitter machine at MBNC100, if folks are on the Twitter machine. And if folks want to email me, it is just my first name, Merald, MERALD, at nc-100.org.
Thank you, Merald Holloway. You have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I.
Hi, welcome back to the Black Business Expo Network. We just heard from Merald Holloway of North Carolina 100, and next we will hear from Sandra Wall Williams. And Sandra is a business innovator, thought leader, and entrepreneur, a corporate board member, an education board member, a C-level executive, a leadership mentor. Coach Williams is an adjunct research professor in the Department of Educational Leadership, Policy, and Human Development at North Carolina State University. And so I'm going to welcome Sandra Wall Williams to the business platform, and she will go more into what she does and who she is.
Hello, thank you, Monica. How are you today? Oh, great. You went on mute. We can't hear you.
Was I muted?
Yes.
So I will go back into that then. I gave a small outline of a little bit about what you do, and I was going to ask you to go into detail. So I'll read what I have.
Okay,
I do apologize.
Okay.
And so this is Miss Sandra Wall Williams, who is a business innovator, a thought leader, and entrepreneur. She is a corporate board member as well as an education board member, a C-level education executive, leadership mentor. Coach Williams is an adjunct research professor in the Department of Educational Leadership, Policy, and Human Development at North Carolina State University, where her teaching focus is technology and leadership. That is a mouthful. And I would like for you to maybe speak more, add a little bit more to your bio. I think that just touched the outline of your titles, but talk to us more, and then I'm going to let you have the platform.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you, Monica. And thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. It's really a pleasure. And as Monica says, my name is Sandra Wall Williams, and I am retired. Actually, I own my own company, but I retired as the Senior Vice President and Chief of Technology for the North Carolina Community College System. Many people don't know, but North Carolina has the third largest community college system in the world. And there are 58 community colleges across the state. And so being in charge of all the technology, all the resources, distance learning, all of the components that literally make colleges work was my responsibility. I really love that. But I got to a point where I knew that it was time for me to step out and do what I love doing and work with people that I love working with. Not that I didn't love working with them, but I really wanted to do more of what I wanted to do, basically. So I actually began to look at what were the things that I really enjoyed doing. You know, a lot of people talk about purpose. They talk about, walking in their purpose, walking in their calling. And I wanted to do all that. But the question became, what are the things that I really enjoy doing? And what I love doing more than anything else is to mentor women to help them to get to their next level of success. And that level of success, of course, is relative, depends on the person that I'm working with. But what I found was that my area of specialty was either in technology, because I was a technology leader, was either in education, in ministry, or in some form or fashion of career. And so when I retired from community colleges about almost 5 years ago now, I started my own company, which is WMS Corporation, where we focus on working with emerging or established women leaders to help them get to their next level of success. And the areas that we focus, of course, are in your career or in your ministry. And so what I'm going to do today is, and I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully I can do this correctly here. All right. I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work. Okay, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to share my screen. So I'm not able to share it, not able to see it the way I want to see it. So I'm just going to go ahead with the presentation. So what I want to do today is to talk about 5 keys to monetize your mentorship. Because one of the things that I am very good at and that I love doing, again, is working with women and helping them to get to their next level of success. And what I found was that so many people, not just women, but so many people that have gotten to certain levels in their career, they work and they help others to do the same thing. So, you have people that are in ministry, and what do? You mentor other ministers. You have people that are in business, and what do? You always mentor those who are in business also. You have people who are, who are like me, who are C-level leaders, and what do you always tend to do? You tend to mentor those who want to do or are doing the same thing you're doing, and they want to get to the level you are. So what I found is that I was mentoring a lot of people, and a lot of my colleagues were mentoring a lot of people. So the question became, how can we monetize this? How can we take what we know and not necessarily always turn it into a course or coaching or a book or something like that, which those things are great, but how do we actually begin to monetize that? And so that's what I want to talk about on today. Okay. Let me see, I'm going to try this one more time to go live. To share my screen one more time. And I think I should be able to do this. Let's see. It's giving me an error message. So you know what? I'm going to just keep going. It's telling me, because I have Google Chrome, I guess it's telling me that I can't do it. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep going with the presentation, because I've got some really, really good content with you for you today. So I really want you to make sure that you get this content and are you able to use it. So if you don't have pencil and paper, please take a few minutes to go get take a second really to go get pencil and paper, because you won't be able to take screenshots since I can't share my screen. All right. So go get some pencil and paper so you can take some notes on what I'm about to say. So those of you that are business owners, and more than likely everybody that's watching this, you're either a business owner or you aspire to be a business owner. For those of you that are in ministry, some of you are in ministry full-time, some of you are dual profession. You have dual professions, meaning that you do ministry and you do a business on the side or something like that, or you work full-time and you do ministry part-time. Some of you may be authors, some of you may be thought leaders, some of you may be influencers. Whatever it is, what I want to share with you today is how you can add, or the keys that you need to add a mentorship program to what it is you do. I was just listening to the gentleman who was on the stage before me, and I thought he has so much great information about nonprofits and about what nonprofits should do. And literally what he was giving you was a lot of mentoring right there. It was a lot of great content and a lot of mentoring. And so basically you could package that information, and there are people that are around the world that need that, not just the people you know. So I really want you to understand today a couple things, 3 things I'm going to give you today. Is number 1, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my corporation and what we do. Number 2, I'm going to tell you about why should you pay for a mentor? Why should you pay for a mentor? That's very important. I want to give you the qualifications. Number 3, the qualifications of a paid mentor, because there are paid mentors and there are people who don't get paid. So I want to make sure you understand the difference between the two. And then I'm going to end up with the 5 keys to monetize your mentorship. And if there are any questions, then please feel free to put your questions in the chat, and I'd be glad to answer them. So a little bit more about me. Again, thank you, Monica, for that great introduction. But I am an award-winning leadership coach, mentor, and educational and government leader. I'm experienced. I have all different kinds of certifications and that sort of thing. And because I'm an educator, I believe in having certifications. I believe that if you're going to do something, that you should have the credentials to be able to go with it. I am a full-time CEO for my company, which is a professional development company for women. I'm also in ministry. I am a ministry founder. The ministry is called Teach, Train, and Equip for Active Christ-like Holiness. I do a lot of speaking, more online, of course, mostly online now, but a lot of speaking in churches, corporations bring me in to speak, colleges, conferences. As was said earlier, I am on corporate boards. I sit on corporate boards. Those are boards that people pay you to sit on. I sit on education boards and nonprofit. And I am the founder of Vision Building Women, which is an online community in Facebook. It's called Vision Building Women, and it's a community where the women there we're helping them to work towards moving forward and pushing them into their vision. So the Vision Building, or my company, is the Vision Building Institute, which is a division of the overall company, focuses in 3 areas. We focus on individualized teaching, leadership coaching, and executive coaching. So when people come to me for help, normally they want to be able to move to that next level with their leadership, whether it's in technology or ministry or wherever they want to be able to move to that next level. So now that's enough about what I do. So here's what I know about you. And this is why this particular presentation is so important. So hopefully by now you have your pencil and paper and you've got everything that you need to take notes. So this is what I know about you. People come to you for solutions to their problems. Okay. So now if this is you, I want you to put like a check mark or something, and we're going to count the checks at the end of this. All right. So people come to you for solutions to their problems. All right. People come to you to help them overcome obstacles in their life, in their career, in their ministry. People come to you to help them overcome their obstacles. People come to you to help them with their next level. People come to you to help them with their next level. People come to you to help them move forward. They may not know what to do, so they'll come to you. Okay, I know that you're in business and you have a business and you've done different things and I watched you. Can you help me get to that next level? People come to you for you to help them with confidence and focus. Okay. They may not have the confidence to be able to start a particular business, regardless of how big the business is or how small the business is. They may just not know what to do or have the confidence to step forward. So what do? They call you on the phone, and they may know you, they may not know you. Either way, they're going to reach out to you. And then people come to you because they need direction. They're like, oh, you know what? I don't know what to do. Can you give me some direction? So that's what I know about you. So tell me, you may be able to put it in the chat or just look at it and ask yourself, okay, how many of these check marks do I have? Do people come to me for solutions? Do I help people overcome their obstacles? Do I help people get to their next level? Do I help people move forward? Do I help people with confidence and with focus? Do I give people direction? And if the answer to any of these is yes, then you have what it takes to be a paid mentor. Okay, I'm going to give you some more things, but if that's you, then I really want you to think about being and going into the element of paid mentorship. Now, this training, what I'm going to go over is for you if you're already a mentor and you want to be, or you want to become one so that you can help transform lives. Most people get into mentoring because they want to transform lives. Or you have a lot of life experiences, whether it's corporate or ministry or education or government or just life in general. You've gone through some things, okay? You've gone through some things and you know you can help someone else. And you can take your expertise and your experiences and you can help and share those with others. This training is for you. You have a book, for example. Some of you may be authors and you have a book and you want to take that book and begin to share with others via a mentoring program. You want to go, and this is one that people always kind of giggle when I talk about, because you could probably find yourself here. And you want to go from people just meeting with you and paying for your dinner to actually hiring you as a mentor. And then finally, you may be in ministry or you're called to ministry and the marketplace, and you want to generate income. All of these will help you to generate income. So if you fit any of those, then this particular training is for you. So let's look at first, why should people pay for a mentor? I want you to write these three down. Why should people pay for a mentor? Number one, it is hard to get good free mentors. Now, I'm sure you say, but Dr. Sandra, my mentor is fabulous. I am sure they are. I am sure your mentor is fabulous. But you know what? There may be some things that your mentor doesn't know or hasn't been down a particular road. And someone who has the experience, who has the expertise, who has the connections, all of those things, that's what you need. And on top of that, you may need their process to get from one place to another, to understand where it is that you're going. And so if that's the case, then you need a paid mentor, because see, paid mentors give you more than just time during a lunch or time for a dinner. Paid mentors are going to give you processes. Paid mentors are going to help you with strategy. Paid mentors are going to give you the kinds of things that you need to really get you moving faster. Actually get you moving further faster. That's what my mentors always tell me. And I have had mentors that I pay who I know and are actually part of my family, literally part of my family. All right. But there are also mentors, and I've been in their programs because I needed the knowledge and expertise they had. So what I did was I reached out, I got in their programs, and they became my paid mentors. Okay. So I want you to understand is that free mentors are wonderful. And these are people that you know and that you love and that have been with you probably forever. And like I said, I have a lot of them. I knew that when my business got to a point where I didn't know what to do, that I was going to need a deeper level other than just calling someone on the phone and asking a quick question. I needed strategy. I needed process. I needed connections. I needed those kinds of things. And that's what a paid mentor does. And so that's why I said it's hard to get good free mentors because of the time it takes, because of the resources that it takes. And so it's hard to get that when you're talking about free. But when you are working with someone whose job is to mentor you, then you're working at a whole different level. Now, I do want you to understand there's a difference between a mentor and a coach. And so I'm talking about mentors are people that have the expertise and experience. Okay. Meaning they have been there, done that. They know exactly what to do. They have the expertise. They may even have the education. They may have some other kinds of things that go along with it. But here's the thing. They're not someone, because sometimes coaches, not all coaches, but there are coaches who don't know what you're doing, but they can hold you accountable. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone who actually knows exactly where you are because they've been there, they have the credentials, and they have everything to be able to back them up to be your mentor. So there's a, make sure we understand the difference between the two. Now, some people are coaches and mentors. All right. Some people do both. I do both. All right. But the thing about it is I have a wealth of leadership expertise, a wealth of technology and leadership expertise, a wealth of helping people and push people forward. So that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. And when you want to work with people like that, then you have to actually get into their mentorship programs. So those are the kinds of mentorship I'm talking about. I'm not talking about somebody who has been your friend forever and you just call them a great mentor. I'm not talking about that. This is a whole different level of mentorship. Now, kind of went off on a tangent there. Excuse me. That's what happens when I'm not having my slides up on the screen. All right. So number 2, why should people pay for a mentor? So number 1 was it's hard to get good free mentorship. Number 2 is quality membership. Quality mentorship is better than free mentorship. I think we just talked about that. And then the last one, number 3, is good mentors have good connections. Good mentors have good connections, and you want to work with people who have connections so that they can help you, so they can connect you with the people that taught them, so they can connect you with different resources that they might have. So when you're talking about paying for a mentor, you're not just paying for them to give you and work with you in terms of knowledge and expertise, but you're paying them for processes, for strategy, for connections, for relationships, those sorts of things. And I will tell you, most of the I have one mentor that I have I'm actually in one of her mentorship programs, and I've never seen her in person. Never seen her in person. But I have been a part of her mentorship program, and she has probably helped me make more money helping me to develop the mentorship program that I have. So you see, most of the time you want your mentors to be people who can help you move forward in a particular area, all right, which is different than a mentor who is like a friend or somebody that you look up to. Those are great. I'm not discounting them. I love them. I have several. Okay. Those are wonderful. But now I'm talking about paid mentorship around the people that you're actually going to be in a program and they're going to be walking you through a particular process. So I'm hoping that we are understanding the difference here. So now, let me give you a couple of I had a couple of pictures that I was going to show you in terms of where my expertise came from. I was on board, still am on boards at community colleges. I'm actually on the Wake Tech Board of Trustees. I sit on corporate boards. I have done graduation speeches. I went to North Carolina State University, go Pack. I am a Pack girl. All right, I love NC State. I was one of NC State's alumni of the year. I was also North Carolina's Technology Woman of the Year. And having all of that, those were just outcomes of my experience and my work. But one of the things that I realized is that there was more in me that I could do, more in me that I could help others with. And as I began to just look at paid mentorship and be able to do paid mentorship, that's when I realized, okay, now what I would like to do is to take all of my experience, all of my expertise, all of my knowledge, all of my wisdom, let's package it and package it and price it so that people around the world who want to get access to this expertise will be able to do that. And let me tell you, you can do the same also. My area is leadership. Yours could be something totally different. You have to know your area of expertise and then use that, and that becomes your area of mentorship. Now, I told you why you should get a paid mentorship program. So now let me tell you the qualifications. So if you feel like, okay, Sandra, this is interesting. I'm liking this here. I'm really liking this. Yes, I've got some expertise that I could give to someone work with someone with. Yes, I've been in government for 25 years. Yes. Or I'm retired. Yes, I've got a lot of skills that I could help someone with. Okay. Let's see now if you've got the qualifications. Let's talk about it. I'm going to give you 10 qualifications of a paid mentor. Please write these down. Hope you're getting these. Number one, you have sufficient experience. That's probably the biggest one. Okay, that's why it's number one, right? You have sufficient experience. Don't try to be a paid mentor and you only have 1 year of experience doing something. Okay, paid mentors have been down the road and back again. Paid mentors are on their 5th, 6th, 7th rodeo. You know how people say this is not my first rodeo? Paid mentors are on their 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th rodeo. Okay, so they have experience in the field. They have experience in the career. They have experience in the ministry. You know, it's just like whenever I go to a doctor, the first thing I look for is I look for their degree on their wall when they graduated medical school. And I don't like to see somebody graduated medical school last year getting ready to work on me. Okay. I want them to have some experience, and you want that in the people that you're paying. And I'm not talking about other kinds of mentors. If you're going to be in a paid mentorship program, then that's what you want. And that's what you have to have. Number two, you have to have a desire to serve others, because mentorship is all about serving others and helping people get from where they are to the next level. Number three, you have to be willing to spend time working with others. Now, I don't do a lot of individual mentoring. I have some, but I don't do a lot of it. Most of my mentorship programs are group programs where I bring women together and work with them and mentor them in a group. But you have to be willing to spend the time to develop your program, first of all, and that's takes time. And then you have to be willing to take the time to work with them, of course, based on your schedule. Number four, you want to be able to have with your clients, the people that you're going to work with, you want to understand their goals. And just like someone worked with you, whether it was goal setting or whether it was working with you with your vision or what it was, you want to be able to sit down and understand the goals of the people that you're going to be working with. You have to be able to and willing, and this is a good one, willing to answer questions. Mentees have a lot of questions. When I'm in a mentorship program and I'm working, and right now, of course, everything is on Zoom, but I'm working with my mentorship programs, my mentees have a lot of questions. They want to know specific answers to their questions. And of course, I give it to them. And so that's why when you are a paid mentor, you've got to be ready to answer questions. Number six, you have to know the field of your client. This is very similar to number one. Number one, of course, was you've got to have experience. But number six is you got to know the field of your client. Okay. A lot of women come to me, and when they're in my mentorship program, they are either building a business or building a ministry. And those are areas I know. If someone comes to me and they want to build something that I don't know what it is they do, then I don't take them on as a client. So you have to remember that, know the field of the client. And if you don't know it, then you're going to have to bring someone in to help you with it or help you understand it. Have an available schedule. Many people, and I tell people all the time, you can be a paid mentor and work full time, because you can meet with your mentorship group at night. So if you run your own business, if you run a business and you say, I want to teach people about the business I've been doing and how to do that. One of my mentees and she's in my mentorship program. She has 5 funeral homes. And her area of business is actually helping people in that industry all across the United States, how to do that, how to scale, how to build your business and then scale your business. Okay, that's what she does. So, but you have to have an available schedule to be able to do that. So if you work full time, nothing wrong with that. Have your mentorship at night. You can do one mentorship program, package it, promote it, sell it, and then you're ready to work with your mentees. Number 8. Know and understand the common pitfalls that people have, mistakes and pitfalls that people have and they make when you're mentoring them. I've been doing this quite a while now. Was doing it unpaid for a very long time, and I've have a paid mentorship for about 2 years now. And as I have been doing this, I know some of the common mistakes that people make, things that people do that they're not aware that, oh, this is a mistake. So what I can do is stop them before they even make the mistake. Number 9, make sure that you guide, excuse me, your clients to get increased knowledge. All right. Make sure that you're just not giving them everything. Excuse me. I got something in my throat. Make sure that you're not just giving them everything. You'll want them to read different books, and you want to have a library of knowledge that you can give to them. You'll want them to maybe take other classes or go back to school or whatever, so that they can get and do what they need to do. They may need to get certifications, okay? But you have to always, as a paid mentor, you're always wanting to help people increase their knowledge in an area, which means that you have to increase yours as well. And then number 10, you want to be accountable to each other. As a paid mentor, you want to be accountable to each other. Now, that I've told you why people pay for mentorship, what are the qualifications of a paid mentor? Now I want to give you the 5 keys that you're going to need to monetize your mentorship. And when I talk about monetizing your mentorship, I'm talking about that you want to generate income. You want to generate income and you want to serve others, because mentors, you have in your heart that you want to serve, but you also want to make money from this. People that come to my mentorship program, they're paying, depending on which one they're coming to, they're paying anywhere from 4 to 5 figures to be a part of that particular mentorship program. Now, can you do the same thing? Yes, you can. My body of knowledge is not the same as yours. The knowledge that I have is not the same as the knowledge that you have, but there are people that are willing to pay for it. I was just listening to a podcast earlier today, and one of the things that the gentleman was talking about in the podcast is that there are people all over the world, not just in the US, not just in your backyard, not just where you are, but there are people all over the world that want to be able and to do what you do, or to have a specific body of knowledge that you may have. And the thing about it is that you don't know who they are. But when you build a program, when you build a mentorship program and you position it, you package it, you price it, and you promote it, and people find out about it and they want that body of knowledge, then you will see them beginning to come to you. Now, of course, there's a lot more that goes into it than that, but I just want you to know that, yes, if you have a level of expertise, a level of experience, and it's proven, okay, then you're able to begin to take your mentorship, monetize your mentorship, serve others, and generate income. All right. So now let me tell you 5 areas, and these are the 5 keys, and we're going to go into each one of these individually. Number 1 is produce. Number 2 is position. Number 3 is package. Number 4 is price. Number 5 is promote. Those are the 5 keys. We're going to go into each one of those individually. Produce, position, package, price, and promote. Okay, I'll say it one more time, make sure we get it. Produce, position, package, price, and promote. All right, so now let's look at the first one. Let's look at produce. As a paid mentor, you want to make sure that you produce high quality programs for your clients. Now, this is one where it'll literally make or break your mentorship. And this is your, I keep wanting to say your paid mentorship. This is one that will make or break your paid mentorship. I have been in mentorship programs that were, if I could have gotten my money back, I was like, I cannot believe I paid for this. This is absolutely nothing. They gave me, they talked a good game on either a webinar that they did, or they talked a good game in another area. Maybe I saw them doing a speaking engagement or something. But then when I signed up for their program, there was nothing there. You must produce high value programs. That means in your programs, you have to give people strategy. You have to give people direction. You have to give people tools. You have to give people resources. Your programs are made up of these types of things. You can't just say, I'm going to go and I'm going to talk to you for an hour. And this is for people in ministry, and I'm talking to myself here as well. Those of us that are in ministry, you just can't go and minister to somebody for an hour and call it a mentorship program and expect people to pay you for it, because they're not going to. They are not going to. All right. So even if you look at people that like celebrities that have high quality mentorship programs, their mentorship programs are packed with value. So you should have workbooks. Of course, you bring the knowledge, the expertise, the experience, you bring that, but you should also have workbooks. You should have resources. You should have tools. You should have maybe even other people that you bring in that are guests. Okay, those sorts of things. I have a mentorship certification process that I do that as part of my one of my masterminds, that you actually get certified as a paid mentor, or so that you can do paid mentorship. And in there, we even work through, okay, what does my process look like? What strategies am I going to work through with my the people who are going to be in my program? You have to produce high value. If people don't see what you have as value, they are not going to come back to you. This is whether you're working with people individually, whether you're working with them in a group. If you have someone who is paying you to be their mentor, and they're saying, well, I want you to help me. I'm working on building my business. So I want you to, and you have a business mentorship. Okay. And you have a business mentorship. When they come into your mentorship program, they're going to be looking for every single step it takes to actually walk them through building their business. And that's what they want you to give them. So when you talk about producing, you want to produce high value programs to your clients. I call them clients. You can call them mentees, whatever is best for you. But I use the word clients. Okay. Now, next is position. You want to position yourself as the authority. You want to position yourself as the authority. So what does that mean? Yes, you should be out there speaking. Yes, you should be writing books, writing articles. Okay. Yes, you should maybe have a YouTube channel that shows your speaking or whatever you're going to do. People should see that you are the authority in the area where you are mentoring. One of my areas, like I said, is leadership. So people come to me for leadership. They come to me for vision, because as a leader, I'm a visionary, right? So my group is called Vision Building Women. And so women come to that group, and I am one of the authorities in that group. So you have to position yourself as an authority, and you do that from speaking at conferences like this one. Okay. Everybody that's speaking here, they are authorities in their area. Okay. They're authority in some area of Black business. If you go to another conference, another business conference, whatever kind of conference it is that you might be attending, those people are authorities. You have to do the same thing, and you can do it. It's just a matter of doing the work, doing the research to figure out, okay, what conference is the best one for me to speak at? Okay, where should I go and speak? Okay, who should I be speaking to? There's strategy behind all this, but this is what you have to do for paid mentorship. Okay, you want to position yourself as the authority. Number one, you want to produce high value programs. Number two, you want to position yourself as the authority. Number three, you want to package what you know, and you want to package how to make it happen. Okay, now this is one that is always very interesting. People will package what they know in terms of knowledge, and that's what you see on webinars. Okay, but how to make it happen, that's when you actually get into the mentorship and people are actually showing you how to make something happen. They actually showing you the steps. They're actually giving you the tools. They're actually giving you the resources. This is different than just, oh, you know what? Yeah, I have a business. I've been running a business for quite some time. Or yes, I've been in ministry for 25 years. I've built a church, and I've gotten all these different components. Yes, I'm an author. I know how to write a book. You hear people say that, but the big thing that is huge is that they can tell you how to make it happen. Because telling you what it is versus telling you how to do it are two different things. What it is versus how to do it are two different things. So what you want to package, okay, so that you can, what you want to be able to package is how to make it happen. Not just what it is, not just what you know. You can spurt out what you know all day long, but how do you package? How do you make it happen? And see, paid mentorships not only give you what I know, but I tell you how to get there as well. Okay. So position, package, The first one was produce, and then position, and then package. The next one is price. Oh my goodness. My goodness. This is where the sky's the limit. The sky is the limit here, because pricing your mentorship depends on the value that you're bringing. Right now, like I said, my mentorship packages or my mentorship programs are anywhere from 4-figure to 5-figure. Now, is that a value? Yes, because you finish working with me, you're going to go further faster. You're going to get where you need to go, sort of thing, when you go through my programs. All right. Now, why are they that range from 4 to 5-figure? People that work with me individually have to pay that individual price. The same with you. Your time is valuable. Your knowledge is valuable. You know, someone asked me, well, Dr. Sandra, you know, why am I paying this amount of money just to work with you? And my thing is, and I walked them through something. I said, I have been doing what I do, leadership, all these, for over 30 years. So it literally took me over 30 years to be able to pour into you. And you want me to give you 30 years of my work for free. Okay. There are people that I mentor for free. Don't get me wrong. There are people that I mentor. All right. But the people that are in my mentorship programs, that's a little bit different. That's something that's paid. And so there are paid mentorship programs. Yes, people have them all the time. So now you can do mentor coaching. You can call it mentor coaching because you have the expertise and so you are a mentor. You can just call it mentorship. You can call it whatever you want. But what you're doing is you're packaging what you know. You're showing them how to do it. You're walking them through it. And you're putting a price on that. You can do mentorship. You can take a course and add a mentorship program to it. I hope you're getting this. This is really, really good here. Okay. All right. Dr. Kelly is awesome when he brings these awesome speakers to you with all this content they're pouring out. This is such a blessing. All right. So you can take a course and you can add a mentorship component to it. You have retreats. People have retreats. And then at the end of the retreat, I don't see you no more. Have a retreat, add a mentorship component to your retreat. You can charge, I don't know, $199 for the retreat, but then have a 3-month mentorship program after that you're going to charge $1,900 for, because now you're pouring into them and giving them even more than you gave them at the retreat. I hope you're getting this. There are conferences that you have. There are conferences. There are books that you've written where there's content. Have a mentorship program where the focus of the mentorship program is your book. Now, remember, I want to go back to produce. You just can't sit there again and just try to do a bunch of speaking and call it mentorship. No, you're producing something of high value, resources, tools, strategies, okay, direction. That's a whole lot different than just giving you a conversation for an hour. All right. So that's the next one, pricing. And you can have individual mentorship or you can have group. I prefer group, mostly because I like it when women come together and they really work with each other, that sort of thing. It's totally up to you how you want to frame what it is that you do. And then the last one is promote. You have to be able to promote what you do. So promoting is, getting on Facebook, speaking at conferences. I shouldn't say just Facebook, but social media in general. You got to find out where the people are that want to hear what you have or want what you have. And hey, you promote to them there. That's social media. For some of you, it's LinkedIn. For some of you, it's Facebook. For some of you, it's Twitter or Instagram. Regardless of what it is, you want to have a big presence there. You may have to do some ads, which means that there's some money involved here. You may want to do speak at a conference. You may want to write a chapter in a book, be a part of a book anthology. You may want to, take part in something that's in your city or something that's now with things being virtual. You can literally be everywhere. Just from this little space, we call it this the money space. Okay, this money space that you have in your house. So there are so many different ways of promoting. I am not an expert on marketing. I've done lots of different things. I hired someone to help me market, and so people around the world know me. And the only thing they've ever seen of me in terms of being in my mentoring program is the space that you're seeing right here. So keep in mind that if you want to monetize your mentorship. You have that body of knowledge. You have expertise. You have experience. And you know that you could take that, package it, and share it with others. Then the 5 keys that you really need to keep in mind, remember as you go through and doing this is produce, position, package, price, and promote. Okay. And yes, you can make money as a mentor. I tell people all the time, nothing wrong with it. There were mentors in the Bible. All right. There are mentors today. That mentoring is something that has been around since biblical times. All right. People sharing their knowledge and expertise. And I will be frank with you, if you have a level of expertise, there are some people, I have one of my colleagues, all she does is she has a mentorship for homeschool moms. Now you're thinking that is a very, very niche mentorship. Yes, it is. But you know what? She's the number one guru in doing it. So people come from around the world to be able to work with her. I have other ones who are financial mentorship. You know, they teach you how to literally get financial makeovers, and that's what they do. That's their focus, and they have a mentorship around that. I know someone who all he does is has mentorship around how to do network marketing. Okay, that's what he does, network marketing. He's wonderful, $1 million earner. So what does he do? He teaches other people how to be a $1 million network marketing person. So you see, you find that niche, you find that area of expertise. So ask yourself, what area of expertise do I have? And don't think you don't have any, because you do. If you're here and you're listening to this, okay, if you're here and you're listening to this, then you have an area of expertise. All right. So you can make money being as a mentor. You can make money by developing and establishing your mentorship programs. Now, I would love to be able to talk more with you about becoming a paid mentor. If you'd like to keep in contact with me, then please feel free to get on my email list. And my email, just go to drsandraspeaks.com. That is DRSAUNDRA Speaks, SPEAKS, drsandraspeaks.com. Put in your name, your email address, and you'll be connected with me right away. So I would love to be able to speak to you more about that. Like I said, I work with people, women, primarily women, that want to develop mentorships. And a lot of them, you know, just like you, work full time, but they have a body of expertise that they want to be able to develop a mentorship program around, work with them all the time. And so help them to develop what they do, certify them to be mentors so they can truly go out and make money doing this. So can you do it? Yes, you can, if you have that body of knowledge and that experience. So thank you so much for this time and this opportunity to be able to come and speak to you all about monetizing your mentorship.
That was absolutely amazing. I thought I found my niche, but now I'm like, I need to go back and like look at some things. This was like awesome. I took some notes.
Wonderful.
And I'm wondering if we have any questions that have come up on the live feed. Dr. Kelly, I don't know if you have any questions that have come up on the side. But you have shared your the ways that people can contact you.
Yes.
I wrote down, for some reason I put a star beside number 9 when you talked about guiding the client to increase their own knowledge. And I thought that was really important because a lot of times you look to mentors to give you everything.
Exactly.
Because you think your mentor knows everything. Can you speak more? Can you speak more to that about like how important that is to how do you get clients to begin to think on their own?
That's so good, because you're right. People, especially when you're in a paid mentorship, they definitely want you. I'm paying you, so you need to know everything.
Yeah.
You know, but that's not the case. You know, you want to guide them, and as part of the mentoring process, you know, I'm trying to find. Oh, here's one. I'm gonna get off camera for just a quick second. Okay. I was speaking to someone about, about they came to me about, Sandra, you don't work where can I say Dr. Kelly is so funny. I'm sorry, I got distracted with the private chat.
I was looking at that as well. We're going to talk about that.
But anyway, so I was speaking to someone. I said, you know what? We're going to read a book together. It's called The 4-Hour Work Week. And
Okay.
this book, and so basically, as part of their mentoring program with me, I said, we're going to read this because I need for you to understand the amount of work it takes to get to the point where you only have to work 4 hours a week.
Okay.
Okay. Like the example I gave about the person who that they do a help other network marketers become $1 million network marketers. Okay. They have a book that's in their curriculum that they have to read. They have to read that. So you really have to find out, okay, what are the areas? And then sometimes what are the areas where they need extra learning and extra guidance? And then sometimes you may not know until you start mentoring the person. Once you start mentoring the person, then you'll say, you know what, he or she needs some extra in this area or that area. I was mentoring someone once, and I literally, and I do want to cover this part right here. I was mentoring someone once, and after the first meeting, I learned something. I'm not for everybody. And that person was not for me. Because I'm the kind of person that, I learned from Les Brown, everything that comes out of your mouth needs to be positive. You need to stay positive. Stop focusing on the negative. And when I at that first session, I could not get this person past being so negative. And at the end of that, my onboarding session, the first one was like 2.5 hours. At about, may have been in there, and I was always looking at my clock. We may have been in there about an hour, almost 2 hours. And I said, you know what? I thank you so much, but I'm going to have to send you your checkbook. I don't put your check back.
Wow.
Work.
Wow.
One of the things you have to know is that when you mentor someone, you're trying to push them. But if they don't have within themselves to want to do it. Now, one thing that I've done since then is I'll say, you know what? I'm not the mentor for you to work with right now. So I have a colleague who that is her specialty. Her specialty is getting out of that place.
Out of that dark place.
So I send that person over there and say, you know what, work with her, take some time, work with her. You've got to get some healing, some that kind of thing to happen. And then you're ready to work with somebody like me. So that increased level of knowledge, it could be a book. It could be working with another mentor or coach beforehand. Because sometimes, you want to build a business, but you got a bad attitude. And part of building a business is developing relationships. So how are you going to build a business and you have a bad attitude?
That's good.
My thing is, I'm not going to help you with your bad attitude other than tell you have one.
Yes.
And then I'll send you to someone who can get down to the root as to why your attitude is so jacked up.
That's good.
You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by increased level of knowledge. So it may not always be a course or a book. It could be another coach. It could be a book. It could be something that I've told people, you need to go spend some time in prayer and then come back. So
that's good.
There are different ways of getting that increased level of knowledge.
It's good. And I like that you pointed out that there's different, your area, but then you pointed out that you needed help with marketing. And so it's good for business owners to know it's okay to not have everything. You don't possess every quality. Exactly. Like right now I'm working with a branding coach. Like I already went and added you on social media because I may be calling you next. But there's certain things that you have to know where you need that growth and where you need help and where you can still progress. And that was good that you pointed that out. And so getting to Dr. Kelly, he put the question in there again. What about the movie? I don't know if he's so, is this
he's a visionary
thing? Is this true? Is there a movie?
No, I do not. I have no idea what Dr. Kelly's talking, unless he just wants me to give my website again, which is drsandraspeaks.com. I have no idea what he's talking about.
He must be speaking something into existence, which I'm touching and agreeing on that, Dr. Kelly. For everybody that can't see it, he asked the question, where can he see the Sandra Wall Williams story? So
And
we're gonna wait for that.
I am from a very small town, Richmond County, North Carolina, or Rockingham, North Carolina, which is Richmond County, and from a very a place in that a community there called Little Philly. Shout out to Little Philly. I love my community. But I had a high school teacher who told me I'd never be anything. I mean, she was my math teacher. She told me, you'll never amount to anything because you're from Little Philly. You'll never amount to anything. And I came home and I told my father. My father did not graduate high school, so education was very, very important to him. So Dr. Kelly knows this story. So that's probably why he's asking for the Sandra Wall Williams story. So I came home, I told my dad, and my dad said, you never believe what anybody else tells you when you know who you are and what you can do. And so
look at you.
And look at me now, right? So my dad
you.
has actually taken every degree that I've gotten. From all my degrees are from state except for divinity. So undergrad, master's, doctorate. He made copies of them and he put them at this woman's door. So now I bet you she's wondering, who is Sandra Williams and why is somebody putting copies of her degree at my door? But the thing about it is that, you know, I wasn't exposed to much just because of where I was from, but because of people who took interest in me, because I showed up, because I was interested, because I was motivated, because I learned from my dad to be positive, you know, to always go that extra step, you know, that sort of thing. Then, you know, I went from and I love my community. I go home all the time. I'm my parents' caretaker. So I'm in Richmond County all the time. Somebody from that community calls me right now and says, I need you to come and speak. It's not, okay, just try to figure it out. It's when you want me to be there.
I think I know someone. Is Hamlet in your community?
Hamlet is right next door.
Okay, I went to college with somebody from Hamlet. Yes, definitely. I think Dr. Kelly would like to have a moment with you if he wants to come on screen, but thank you so much. This was so informative, and I'm going to be in touch with you. And this has been such a blessing to have you on this platform.
Thank you. It's such a blessing to be here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. He's telling me not to leave.
For you not to leave or me not to leave?
I think he's telling me not to leave, but I don't.
Oh, there he is.
Here he is. He's here.
I don't want, wait, hold on. Just hold on. I don't want Monica to leave. But Monica, you got to stop reading the daggone cats out loud. But
I had to get your question out, and
I know.
It was so funny.
It's hard not to read it. It's right there.
I know, Sandra. The reason I came up, and I normally don't come up, you know, when I have the moderators doing their thing. But when you said that you was from Rockingham County.
No, Richmond County.
Richmond County. Yes. I had to come up. And the reason I had to come up was because my family is from Hamlet, North Carolina.
See, I just tell
Rockingham, yes, Rockingham and Hamlet is where my people are from.
Yes.
And let me go mess you up though. My family clan are called the Stancils. And the Stancils had my great grandmother had 20 kids, and my great grandfather came to the party with 10 kids. So in Hamlet, North Carolina, I have just a whole town of people in Hamlet. And when you said that, I said, let me go up and I got to say something.
Well, I'm from Little Philly, so I know if you're, you know, Little Philly. If you're from the area, you know Little Philly.
Yes, that's why I came up. But the reason that I push the note of the movie is because your story is phenomenal, and I think sometimes people don't realize how people's stories can embrace other people, uplift them, and give them something that they can reach for and build something deep down inside of them where they can actually see themselves being successful. Because people that don't know your story, when they hear your story, you know, it's just powerful. And, you know, like I told you in our email, I saved the spot for you. You said you was out of town. I said, she's coming back sometime. I saved the spot because people need to know the people who really do the work. It's easy to talk about the work. And we know we get a lot of people who send out invoices and don't do the work. But the people who are in this work, we need to always showcase them. And that's why I came up. And Mark, I'm going to run out of here. I just wanted to yell at my home girl, Maria. She didn't even know my real home girl, because when I began to talk about.
Oh, Mark must have knocked him out.
Mark must have took him off.
Mark's like,
Well,
okay.
On that note, well,
Yes,
I guess he got a chance to say, but once again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we were happy to have you. And you have a blessed rest of your evening.
You too. And thank you so much, Monica. Look forward to talking.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for students in high school. And so if you are interested in donating and you want to know how to be a part of the scholarship opportunity, you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to a student. Students can also register online at www.blackbusinessusa.com.
Hello. I think somebody's going to do an introduction.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. And as sometimes we have technical difficulties, and while we're having those technical difficulties, we will be bringing back Miss Graham. And I know you just had a chance to see her a little prematurely. But one of the things that we did want to say is that today's program has been a program that's been looking to showcase businesses all over the country. The Black ecosystem is an ecosystem that continues to open up the airwaves to new and exciting speakers from all across the country. We have speakers from Singapore, from Europe, from England, from New York City, from Las Vegas, Nevada, and the list goes on and on and on. Virginia, South Carolina, North Carolina. And one of the things that we want you to understand that the Black Business Expo or the Black Business News Network is here for you. We're going to play our commercial, I Am Black Business, and we'll be right back.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Welcome back to the Black Business Expo. I would like to thank some of our sponsors. I would like to thank Jermaine Moody, Chairman and CEO of Moody Capital Partners, Black Leaders Worldwide, Glendola Beasley of GM Beasley and Associates, and Dr. Danetta Watson of the National Mastermind Group. Okay, so now we are going to roll right into our next presentation. Next up, we have Mrs. Diane Graham, who is going to be speaking to us about social media. I'm going to read a little bit of her bio before she comes on. Ms. Diane Graham is an international speaker and trainer, an Army combat veteran, an author, coach, and consultant. She embraces the world at large, aiding others, individuals and organizations alike, in and on their path to self-discovery, expansion, and success. Ms. Graham holds a master's in business administration, a master's degree in public administration, preceded by a bachelor's of arts in political science, and an associate of arts in general studies, all with honors. We welcome to the Black Expo platform, Ms. Diane Graham.
Hey, 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 welcome everybody. I am Diane
Hello.
Graham. I am excited to be with you this evening. I hope that your day has been as grand as mine. Wonderful Wednesday to you. Monica, will you be able to stay with me the whole time?
I will be here. I'll be in the background watching, but I'll be here listening. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, perfect. I didn't know how the flow was going. I apologize. This is my first time being on this platform. So I am here tonight to talk with you guys. Whether you're watching this on record or watching it live, I hope you've got some great cup of tea or something that you're sipping on, because what I am here to do is I am here to encourage you to know that you are crowned for success, and that I want to also ask you, are you ready to pop? What is pop, Diana? Pop is progress over perfection. You see, we live this life, this a rat race, right? And we're so always looking for that end result, that end outcome. But there is so much value, there's so much sweet spot if we would stop and embrace the process. So I'm here today. I am here because I want to make sure that I give you some nuggets, that we have some impact, and that when you leave this session, you know that you were here, you know that you have some action steps to take, and it is no longer about conversation. We have to produce action. So first, I want to say thank you so much to Mr. Eric Kelly for having this, and my good colleague for sharing with this opportunity for me to be here with you today. So I would not be a good business owner, and I would not be a great author if I did not make sure that I reference things that which I believe in and things that I have researched and written about that I can bring for you today. So we're starting out with my book, Duly Noted, and we're going to talk about doing something about it. Each one of us are facing things in life that we've never faced before. That is called the journey of life. COVID-19 is a real thing. It has impacted us in ways that we could have never even expected or anticipated. So here we are, ready to rock it out. Okay, so in Duly Noted, there's a part that I want to read to you today. And this is going to set our platform for how we're going to move forward. And it's chapter 4. It's called Do Something About It. So it says, today I ventured out to take advantage of an internet deal that I purchased a few days back. When I arrived on location, I was greeted and then made aware that there were new stipulations that were not advertised. Had I had known about them, I would have reconsidered my purchase. In conversation with the greeter, there was never an explanation or apology in efforts of gaining a new customer or retaining a current customer. I was very disappointed as a very detailed and schedule-oriented person. This was going against my outlined agenda. In light of this new information, I could not allow my day to be paused or stopped. I had to find a new route to accomplish my goals in the allotted time that it was to me. In another translation, I had to do something about it. I would like to believe that on a weekly basis, we are all presented with situations that we have to do something about. Some obstacles may be large and require time to think it through and plan accordingly, while others are of a smaller nature and of an on-demand decision can be made. Whichever magnitude you find yourself facing, you must do something about it. So here's your pinpoint. This is the point where you pull out your pen and your paper. You're going to write it down because I want you to act on it. It is scientifically proven. If you act on things within the first 24 hours that you learn about them, you are more likely to receive an outcome. It is science, it is research, it is proven. I challenge you, take heed. There's 3 steps to this process when you want to do something about it. The first thing is you need to identify the root. When you're identifying the root of a thing, you're answering the why. We are really good as human beings dealing with symptoms of things. That does not help us to be the best version of ourselves. Instead of getting to the root, the very issue, the very nucleus of why this thing is existing. So that's your first step. Identify the root, answer the why. The second thing is your decision-making process. We talk a lot, but we don't make decisions. You gotta make a decision. What do you want? What do you want? We're in a whole new year. Let's pause right here for a moment. We're in a whole new year. We are in 2021, right? And today is the 24th of February. So you know what that really means? February is gone. Time waits for no man. We just celebrated bringing in a whole new year, starting of a whole new decade, the second year of a whole new decade. What have you accomplished? What goals did you set out for yourself for this month alone that you can say there's a check mark in the box? Why? Because you didn't make a decision. We have to make a decision, guys. And then we have to, the last part is implement for action. Implementation is simply action. What are we going to do to accomplish the decision that we made based off of the thing that we're answering? 3-step process, do something about it. Identify the root, which is answering the why. Second thing is decision-making process. What do you want to do? And the third thing is your implementation, which was requiring your action to actually do something about that thing. So, you know, we all have habits, and habits are easy, right? Habits are easy because they become a part of our lifestyle. People expect these things of us, but you do know, I'm here to serve you. Notice, if you're unaware, you can change. All you need to do is do something new for 22 times, and now it becomes a new habit. So I want to give you this quote, just also out of my book, that resistance is real. Internal resistance is going to happen, but I encourage you to persevere, as it's just the reaction that occurs when a learned or act upon behavior is altered. It's the immediate thing. Think about this. We all say we want to do better with our exercise, especially at the beginning of the year. Like, that's a whole thing. That industry makes so much money, from clothing to gym memberships to sneakers to home equipment. Come January the 15th, research shows that those things are not even used. Why is that? Because we're really good with not wanting to resist the change. I am encouraging you. I am promoting you. Resist the change. Once you get started, you actually may find out that there is something there that you like, and something there that is actually beneficial for you. So are you ready to continue on this progression, not perfection? Don't allow that I don't have it all, it doesn't work, it doesn't feel good, to stop you. Folks often ask me, how in the world at the age of 38 are you able to do these things, right? How are you able to own multiple companies? How are you an Army combat veteran, college professor, published author? It's the grace of God, number one. And number two, because I understand that there's a process. Yes, there are the end goals that I seek. And when we set goals, we need to make sure that they're SMART goals. Think about that. Are they specific, measurable, attainable, timely, relevant is the R, and T, timely. Are they specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely? SMART goals. We want to make sure that we're aiming towards something. But guys, what I do not allow myself to do is get so focused on that aim that I miss all the lessons learned on the process. If we just went to college for one day and then graduated the second day, we missed the whole college experience. If you join the military and retire the next day, you miss all the military experience. That's what life is. It's the journey. It's the dash, not the day you were born, the day you die. It's the dash. What are you doing with the dash? It's time out for conversation. We have to make sure that we move. When we're thinking about the progress over perfection, there's 3 points I want to point out. If you haven't noticed, 3 is my number, so I'm always going to give you 3 bullet points, 3 things to think about so that you can manifest. The first one is awareness. Awareness that there are some life shifts that have to take place, whether that be with people that you're associated with. I'm not saying cut off your friends, never talk to them again. What I am saying is you have to learn to categorize people. You may not be able to see it, but I have on my t-shirt from my company that says it begins within. Because I believe that everything you seek to do and accomplish in life begins within you. But you have to know that. But you also have to understand how to categorize people by the tree. So the background is a tree. When we think about the tree, I want you to think about 3 specific parts of the tree. The branches, the leaves, the branches, and the roots. The leaves, the branches, and the roots. You want to make sure that you understand who the leaves are in your family, or in your life. When a person is categorized as a leaf from our standpoint, that's the person that's going to move whichever way the wind blows them. Has anybody ever met any folks like that? Whatever way the wind blows, whatever way the conversation is, that's where they're going. And that's okay. That's who they are. But when you have categorized them appropriately, you understand how you can make sure that that is in place so that you can be crowned for success and not be messed up by the missed expectations of that individual. The second group of people are like branches. We like branches, right? Until they all are falling down in our yard and we got to go pick those things up. Be mindful of your branches. They're great. They serve their purpose. But if you put too much weight on them, they will break on you. It's the reality of what branches are doing. That's their intent. That's their purpose. But let me tell you, if you can get the third category in your life, hold on to it and never let go. Those are called the roots. They go deep, they go long, they go wide. They live for generations and generations to come. Find you some roots in your life. When you become aware of how people are characterizing your life, you'll understand the awareness of where to position them. So as you move forward, you save yourself from disappointment. Another thing within the transition, you got to think about what are your gifts, talents, and abilities. The things that you used to do may not be the things that you need to do to move forward in this new season. Life requires change. If you're shifting, does that mean more education? If you're shifting, does that mean that you need to invest more in yourself? Investing in yourself, how? Is that mentor? Is that coaches? What does that look like for you? This whole Black Business Expo are showing you a plethora of people with skills, talents, abilities, expertise. Find out who you need to tap into, when and how. Make sure you're investing in yourself financially. What does that mean? No longer living from paycheck to paycheck. Listen, if COVID-19 didn't teach you anything, let this be a lesson. Learn to set yourself up financially for success. When you also think about this pivot, when you're moving from you stand in progression, but you're following the process for life's journey, I want you guys to really take some time to reflect. You're reflecting on your why. Why am I in transition? Transition is a good thing, but if you don't move if you don't move with transition, you become like a lagoon. That means no fresh water in, no old water out. Find a way to continue to move with it. Moving right on to the second point, which is reflection. How much time do you stop and reflect? How much time do you spend and think about where you are in your life? Where are you geographically? You know, is this the house or the apartment that you want to be in? Is this the year that that you stop paying rent and you move forward to a house and you become homeowners, becoming part of the home ownership? Is this a part where you stop doing the things that just are not promoting growth for you? Where are you at mentally, right? What kind of conversations are you holding? What's your environment looking like? Where are you psychologically, right? The whole mental aspect of thinking things through. Do you spend a lot of time in negative self-talk and dialogue? Or do you have confidence and reassurance that you can accomplish the things that you're setting out to do? Where are you emotionally? Emotions matter. Do not push them underneath the rug and act as if they are non-existent. Emotions matter, but you need to give them the right attention at the right time to make sure that you can be the best version of yourself. Where are you spiritually? You know, do you wake up every morning, the first thing you do is come on Facebook or go on to some type of Instagram or social media site? Or do you spend time to get spiritually centered? What does that look like for you? Is that a value for you? Where are you at socially? Socially is really hard because we're in COVID-19. But guess what, guys? Creativity has to come in. This is a part of your reflection. If you're using your creativity, how can you be social? There's so many various ways. You can host a Zoom party. Everybody can get a Zoom account. They can get WebEx. You can get Microsoft Teams. You can do your own paint party with your friends. Everybody's at their own house. You can send out care packages so everybody has the materials they need to participate. Get creative. Do you want to have a writing session with your network and you're all writing and brainstorming, you're masterminding your next big project, your next big idea? Where are you? This is reflection time. Or are you a person that just does a lot of talking but never shows any action? This is a time to reflect. Your self-measurement. When you're reflecting, remember there's always questions and there's answers. There's questions and there's answers. And it's not rhetorical. There has to be another side of that. I want to know, are you willing to prevail? Do you want something bad enough that you're willing to prevail? You're willing to do whatever it takes with no negotiation to get to that point. How bad do you want it? A quote that I'll never forget from a conference I went to in 2018 in Atlanta, Georgia. And the speaker says, "We fix what we value." We fix what we value. That hit me hard because the reality is till we make things a priority in our lives, we continue to overlook them. But when we value them, we start to prioritize our time. We change the way we talk to ourselves. We change the environments we're in. We change the people that we associate with so that we can make sure that this portion of our life that we're working on actually gets to the next phase. We become committed. Do you have commitment issues? If you do, it's okay. That's a time to reflect and find a better way to commit to these goals and these strategies that you have. You have to be determined. How determined are you to not be living in the same exact spot when 2022 comes around? And you have to act from a place of motivation. This journey of life is not easy for anybody, but you have to be internally motivated that when you get up every morning, you put your feet flat on the ground and you run after what that thing is that what you're seeking so that you can progress and not look for perfection. You see, if we stop and we just always want to be perfect, there's things we'll never get done. That's just the reality. So if I never did anything because I was waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect budget, the perfect meeting, I wouldn't be before you today. If we waited for everything to get perfect, Mr. Kelly would not be here today. This whole entire vision would not be here that has been passed down from generations. Perfection is a thing that stagnates you and it does not help you to get to your goals. Adoption for implementation. Guys, I need you to focus. I need you to focus like never before. I need you to zone in. If your thing is writing a book, I need a writing schedule. I need to know it's every Wednesday for the next 6 weeks from 3 to 4:30. And I need to know where that place is. And that place needs to be an environment that's created, that's conducive for you to produce. If that needs to be complete silence, if that needs to be a song on repeat, if you need to find your favorite tea to drink, your favorite journal to use, your favorite ink pen, I need you to focus. If it's changing careers, I need you to focus in so much so when someone presents an opportunity for you, you are ready to seize it. How many times do we show up and we're ill prepared and then we're upset because we missed the opportunity? You did that. I need you to focus. I need you to zone in as if you're throwing at a dartboard and you're trying to zero in. Find a way to gain your focus. I need you to prioritize. This is not the time to still want to hang out. This is the time to get deep. This is the time to read. This is the time to listen to podcasts. This is the time to find your favorite subscribers from YouTube so that you can learn, grow, and apply. This is not the time to go to the next brunch. This is not the time to go and hang out at a friend's house because I'm bored. This is the time to prioritize your time. Time waits for no man. I mentioned earlier that this is the last week of February. We just celebrated that 2021 came in. Do you hear what I'm telling you? Next week makes March. March is the last month of the first quarter. What do you have to show for it? These are things I really want you to take very, very seriously. What are you birthing in this season? What are you producing? What is it that you've been in the lab and you've been making sure that you're cultivating it, you're nourishing it, and now it's time to push. Make sure you're pushing something that gives impact and influence for generations and generations to come. Think about your capacity building when it's time to pop. Time to pop, that means I can't do it all. You learn what your strengths are and you learn to delegate. I am sure Mr. Kelly here has this huge vision for the Black Business Expo, and we're going to bring him on hopefully here soon so we can have some dialogue, because I think it's valuable to share how a vision can be so big, but you got to understand where your capacity lies. My capacity is not in everything. It's in the things that I'm good at, but I can delegate, hire, and outsource in other areas. I am a certified life coach, but I don't coach myself. I go to my coach. I am an Army combat veteran, but that does not mean I know everything about physical activity. There are people that you go to for that. Understand your capacity and build so that you can move forward. Make sure that you read. You have to read. Reading is fundamental. It is a non-negotiable option. If you don't read, you don't grow. There is a quote that says that true leaders are readers. I want to encourage you to read. What can I read, Diana? Start with something that's easy for you, something that meets you at your level. If you don't want to have a physical book, or if you don't have a physical book, start with Audible. Have something to read to you. Make sure that you're getting information as much as you can. All right, so I want to read to you Forward Movement, because now I've given you the nuggets about how to have self-measurement, how you got to find the root of the situation, how you're going to do something about it. You're going to find the root, you're going to make a decision, and then you're going to do the action. Then I talked to you about how you're going to progress. You're going to progress by having some awareness. You're going to do some self-reflection, that deep heart stuff, and then you're going to move from a place of motivation. So now let's talk about this forward movement. Now that you're ready, you've got everything written down, let's work with it. Make sure you sip your tea. So it says, immediately when reading the title of this chapter, my mind is drawn to a military formation. In my real life experience, we as soldiers are marking time in anticipation of the next command, forward march. It was at this time that we are able to fully extend our legs and use our muscles to conquer new ground. The same sense of excitement that I had then still resonates today. There is genuine power in the idea of forward movement. As we've examined several topics throughout this book, we must not stop at the stage, but take note and actions towards this present topic of discussion. After high school, students must decide which path to take. Former students, now graduates, are open to view the same options ranging from college, military, Job Corps, or the workforce. The choice is yours. There's a place position that the decision has to be made, and that has to be a positive outlook. The fact remains that the active forward movement is in place. If you've ever looked around and determined that you did not like where you are, I provoke you to plan ahead and implement forward movement. Everything begins within, and external elements tend to shape and steer our behaviors. So let me pause for a second. When I say external elements tend to shape and steer our behaviors, that has so much to do with our mindset. The reason we do and act and our behaviors and our speech and our attitudes, all of those things are created from our mindset, which is a direct example of our environments. We do what we know to do by what we've been exposed to. So I want you to be very mindful of what you speak, what you allow yourself to hear, what you allow your eye ducts to see, what you allow yourself to be engaged in, because believe it or not, those things are shaping you. I'll give you a direct example to prove it. Have you ever had a conversation with a friend and they use these little phrases? I have one friend, it irritates the snot out of me, but one of the things he always says is, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I can't stand it, right? But I found myself after 1 week of talking to him, after I left his presence, I said it the following week. Why? Because we become products of our environment. I immediately caught it and stopped it. How many times are we picking up things that we really don't even want, right? Because we're not conscious of our environments. Another thing I'll give you an example of, we're easily voice printed. What is voice printed, Diana? Have you ever ate a full meal? You're ready to go. You're not hungry at all. You get on the road, and as soon as you see one of those billboards that have the golden arches, what do you say? Some fries. A shake. That's voice printing. You're not even hungry. You just ate a complete meal. That is the value of our mindset and how we allow things to impact and influence us. So be very cautious of that as you move forward. In every condition, you must be constant in your roots of stability. If you waver, that's okay. It's a part of life. But be sure to quickly realign, knowing that all you have heard, seen, encountered, and learned is duly noted. Guys, I want you to move forward. I want you to march forward, and I want you to march forward with joy, with peace, with prosperity. I'm here for you. Make sure that you reach out if you need us. Hopefully we can bring one of the two back. I don't know if it's going to be Monica or if it's going to be Mr. Kelly, but one of the two. And I want to see if we can have some dialogue about the value of progress over perfection. Hold tight.
Okay, so you are very, very powerful, I must say. That is a very unique skill that you have. And I was going to let you go ahead, and I think you had something that you were going to present to us.
I don't have anything that I was going to present. If there's something I missed, you totally
So
let me know.
I can go ahead with what I have. I wrote down a point that you made about taking note of how much time you spend finding out exactly where you are.
Mhm.
And you went into detail about geographically, mentally, and what we're living in now. and talking about how important that is. Can you speak more to that?
Absolutely. I realized very quickly, Monica, that I am a social butterfly, right? Like if we didn't have this and we were in person, I would totally like greet you, hug you, sit down, girl, let's have some tea. It would be really engaging. But when COVID hit, it stripped me of that. And not only
Mhm.
me, but a lot of us,
Yeah.
right? So now we're battling like how do we keep our anxiety at a good level? How do we not become fatigued with Zoom, because Zoom is like all day, Zoom or any of the platforms? How do we find our place of stability in the midst of still growing personally and professionally? And so, what I decided to do is let's pull out this pen and paper, right? Let's pull out a pen and
Mhm.
paper. It's great for us to say where we want to go, but if we don't know where we are, how do we get to that? So the pen and paper helps to create this roadmap. So Diana, let's think about the different areas of my life socially. If I am dragging socially, how can I increase that level? Think of it like a vitamin D deficiency. It's a bad example, but it'll help paint the analogy. If vitamin D is low, you need to what? Find and supplement. You need to get out
Mhm.
more in the sun and walk. Well, how do I find a way to socially be more interactive? One of the things we did for the holiday season is we figured out who was offering what and what we could do. So I think it's called the Museum of Science in Durham had a walkthrough thing with lights, Christmas lights. We didn't go to it, but that was one of the things that we did actually consider. So finding things that are non-traditional to carry you through. We think about ourselves in our career. Everyone wants to reach this pinnacle of whatever it is. It could be six figures, it could be a Fortune 500 company, it could be where you can drive this type of car and live in this kind of neighborhood. Those things are great, but if the work isn't done to get to that, it's just another conversation. So let's take something that's very simple. Most folks come out of college, a good percentage of folks that look like you and I come out of college and get a job. And when they get the job, let's just be honest, Monica, everybody doesn't go to mid-management to senior management
Mhm.
level. It's just not the reality, right? You come out and you're usually entry level. And with this entry level, you don't even know that other options are available until you get
Yeah.
there. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought I was doing so when I said yes for this job. This all we got? And so now you enter into this rat race. And you're in the rat race of how can I achieve more? Well, sometimes it's more education. Well, here I am as a college professor, and I'm going to go on the record and tell you why I love colleges and I love what we offer. Sometimes you just need a certification. That's a part of your evaluation. Do I need a certification or do I need a 4-year or a master's degree? What do I need for where I'm going? But that's a part of the reflection. If you don't know where you're going, any road can take you there. So figure out what it is you really want to do. What are your gifts? What are your talents? What are your abilities? One of the things I love to tell people to do when I'm coaching them is to create a survey in SurveyMonkey. It's free, or you go Google Forms, right? Because we want to be
Mhm.
conscious of people's finances, and ask your friends to name the top 3 to 5 things that they think you do well. If you don't want to do it in that way, shoot out a text. And when people send it back, actually collect the data, right? Write it down and see, oh, 4 people said I do really good at speaking, but 2 people said I do really good at administration. I didn't even know I did administrative well. That was just something I did. I didn't know it was a highlight, right? So then you go back to those 2 people and you start to dig deeper. You're peeling the what do you call it? The onion. You're pulling off the different layers so that you can get into that thing to find out what is the core of you. Because this is what I know about life. If you can find out your why and you can know your core and your purpose, you will get up every day determined to live it out. Whether it's running your business, whether it's working for someone
Mhm.
else, whether it's been a mom, a dad, a father, a husband, a wife, whatever that role is, when you know your why, it will motivate you internally. I know I am created to positively impact and influence every life that I encounter. If someone leaves my presence and they're not changed in some type of way, I have failed at what I'm supposed to do. So find your why. And it's not always something that you wake up with the next day, right? We want this microwave result. And I can say that because I am a millennial. I'm only 38. But we wake up and we're like, yeah, we get up in the morning, it's going to happen, it's done. That's not realistic, right? And it's so valuable to make sure you have a good support system as you're on these paths. For us in business, You know, Monica, you gotta have the right tribe because every day is not sunshine and peaches and as beautiful as it was today. But there are people that are here to push you and they're here to promote you. The easiest thing you guys can do for this Black Business Expo is to share it, right? Share your
Mhm.
friends and what they're doing and why they're here. Just from this alone, we don't know how this can bless Monica, and she can end up with 4 more engagements of being a moderator, right? Because everybody is online. This is our new way of life. That's another thing that I didn't share that I probably should have shared. Guys, learn how to adapt by accepting. That's rough, that's hard, that's
It
uncomfortable,
is.
and
It's
it
so
stings.
hard.
Woo! Learn to adapt by accepting. I remember just having a call earlier today, one of my previous meetings, and they asked me how I was doing about a certain situation that involved individuals. Because you know, Monica, in business, you got to deal with all kind of personalities, attitudes. You become a sheep
Everything.
herder.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're going to get. And I told her I was okay. You know why? Because I've learned how to categorize people and I've come to accept them for who they are. We're really good at wanting people to
Yes.
be who we've envisioned them to be.
Yeah.
But accepting them for who they are gives me the freedom to now do what I need to do in my business because now my energy and my focus is not on them. It's on this pen and this paper and the steps that I need to take so that when I get to 2022 on February the 24th, I'm not still having this conversation with Monica of steps to take, but I can produce results. That's where we need to get to a place too, Monica, where we're actually producing results and tangible results. Things that you can really see, touch, and feel, not ones that nobody can see but you.
Your energy is just so, I'm so happy that we got to speak to you at this time because we have been going at it all day. And it's just, you're so contagious. Just, I'm so intrigued by what you're doing. My next question is, have you seen, I know that there's a need for your skill with this pandemic and with so many people shifting in their careers, so many people that finding themselves without careers now. I know for me, it was, I'm just like you, I'm an extrovert. I'm a people person. I'm out in the community. I'm doing things that are hands-on with people in person. And then suddenly I was at home and it was like, oh my God, what am I doing? How do I do this work that I'm doing and put it online? And so it's been a transition. So have you seen an increase in the need for what you do, or have you been able to expand, or like how can we help you do that? Like how's it looking for you with your skill set?
Monica, I have to be completely honest because this is the only way I know how to be. COVID is a horrible, selfish virus, but I'm grateful for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm grateful for it because I don't have to be on planes. I don't have to stay in hotels and I can still serve my folks. I'm also grateful for it because it's exposing the hearts of people that I have chosen to not use discernment to know what contracts to go into, what conversations to be had, what environments and networks to be associated with. Now that it's in my face and I don't have a choice. I can't say I'm hanging out with Monica. I'm going over here for 3 hours. I can't say I'm going
No.
to Starbucks and chilling. It's in my face, Monica. Like,
Yeah.
Diana, you got to look at this. You got to see it for what it is, the writing on the wall. So it's been a blessing. And then there's a piece of it that I want to encourage people to like shift their mindset on. Think of the number of people you're able to now encounter and work with because you have no travel restrictions because of technology. Out of all these years, Monica, that I've been speaking and training, last year was the first year that I was able to classify myself as an international speaker. You know why? Because
Wow.
this technology
Yeah.
was able to bring in folks where before I was like, there's no way I can fly from this state to this country and make it in this
Mm-hmm.
time. So let me just turn down the opportunity. I appreciate it, but maybe in the future we can do something. Now, give me a 15-minute break to grab some water, use the bathroom. I'm prepared. I'm ready to
You can
rock
be
and roll.
anywhere. Yeah.
Anywhere in the world. I went to a conference last year with Les Brown, and he said, I'm so glad to be with y'all today. I was just in Dubai yesterday. And I thought, that's amazing, because
Yeah.
that's the power of technology. So if we would shift from this is so negative, this sucks, I hate it, what am I going to do?
Mm-hmm.
How can you
Yeah.
make this work for you? Right? There are people who did not have, and I am finding this out, and it seems to be something that's more of a continuous pull, Monica. How many of us have worked on our business and in our business, but the business was not set up appropriately? So here we
Mm-hmm.
find ourselves working with so
Mm-hmm.
many people that don't have the
Yeah.
basics, right? Like they
That
can't
was
get
me.
paid. They're like, Diana, listen, we need a virtual assistant because we can't even get payment now. We don't even know what's going on. We don't have
Yeah.
a phone system. We don't have, people just been doing so much of just working on in their business that the business wasn't really truly functioning.
Yeah.
And now it's, again, you're at the wall. What do I do? So before, people were like, we want that service, but we don't really know if we can pay for a consultant. Listen, you find money for whatever you want. This is a quote that I'm going to give you for
Exactly.
free that was given to me last week. We pay for our wants. We beg for our needs.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's
You,
so good. And it's so true.
that's a hard pill to swallow, but it's true, right? You'll go buy some sneakers,
Mm-hmm.
but you won't go hire a consultant that has
Mm-hmm.
strategy and branding that is proven
Oh yeah.
to take
Don't I
you
know it?
from, come on. So we got to change
Yeah.
our mindset. We got to make COVID work for us. And just think about the outcome. If you maximize the opportunity now, where will it place you when COVID leaves, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And
It's
I'm thinking
oh,
of just this platform alone and what Dr. Kelly is doing, how many more people are reached today than it was last year. And I'm sure it was excellent before. This is my first year on as well. But just being able to be into everyone's homes and you can log in and see these wonderful, just exceptional presenters on here, just right at home.
yeah. And I love
Amazing.
the
And
connection piece of it, right? Like, I don't know
yeah,
if I asked what across before, Monica, but now I'm more intrigued. Like, what does Monica do? Can I get her number? Can I get her
definitely.
website? Because there may be things that I can, bring you in for that's not my skill set, or I can refer you out. That's the whole value of him bringing us here today.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what we don't know. We don't know who we don't know until we get these opportunities like this. And so I'm very grateful for the invitation to be a part and to be on a stage where people from all over the world get to see that there is greatness in Black business owners.
Oh, yes. And I said earlier, like, I'm going to have to go back and recap
Mm-hmm.
if we can and look at this whole week of just some things that I need, like so much richness, so much that we have that, like you said, we don't know what we don't know. But being able to network and being able to connect in this way, I really think that this year is that Dr. Kelly is going to see something that he hasn't seen in the past. And I feel really confident in saying that. And then for yourself. And so where do you see yourself, Diana Graham? And I'm not sure, you do so many things. I don't know the name of your coaching and consultant. Is it Diana Graham Consulting?
Crown for Success Global Consulting.
Okay. So where do you see Crown for Success, like in the next 5 years? What would you like to see yourself doing?
So we have opened up 2 new divisions in the consulting firm, and the ones we've always done, but we never named it in this way, Monica. So COVID has helped us to rebrand in that way. So
Mhm.
now we have this speaking, training, and development division. So that means when you hire us for any of that, we call it personal growth, skill up, which is professional development, and then diversity, equity, and inclusion. You don't always get Diana. Now you may get one of my actual trainers. It's my curriculum. You're still going to get the same credits. You're still going to get the same material, but it's a skilling up of us. The other piece is the logistics division, which is totally new. We just implemented that last year. And that I came up with that, Monica, because I do work with veteran advocacy, because I told you I'm an Army combat veteran, but I also do reentry support, because what you're not going to do is have my folks get released from incarceration and still treat them as if they're still incarcerated. It's not happening on my watch. And so I was really in my time of meditation, reflection, and prayer of how can I be more instrumental. So we were building partnerships with people like Starbucks and these other entities, which is great. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. But the reality is that some of my guys can't support a household or girls off of a barista salary. Like it just, the hourly rate just doesn't
No, it's not.
equate to what life is, right? So we have the logistics divisions now. So that's our 18-wheelers, that's our dump trucks. And so helping with the workforce development, to get to the answer of your question, that's where I see Crown for Success Global Consulting over the next 5 years. We're working really with the workforce development because we don't know where this economy is going, but if we can position ourselves well enough within our government space that we're working in, the federal, all levels of government, our Fortune 500s, our nonprofits, if we can position ourselves appropriately, Monica, then we can be a part of the workforce development, making sure people that are hired, making sure people that can pay their mortgages, they can feed their kids. And that's one of the burdens that can be released from them. Now, do we try to bring you on and give you a great salary without any training? I wouldn't be myself if I did that. There are some processes that we got to go through, because the reality is you can take someone from a bad situation and put them into something better. But if you never help to change your mindset, within 3 weeks, that stuff's going to be destroyed and the situation is going to be reoccurring. So we want to make sure that we do a double-edged sword. We want to make sure that we help you to get employment, something that can actually turn into a career, because everyone's not meant to work a 9 to 5. Let's help you with entrepreneurship. What does that look like? What does that feel like appropriately? And then also make sure that you can sustain yourself, even if you find yourself leaving from us. But let us be your platform. Let us be the ones to help you to get incorporated.
That is awesome. And so I have no doubt that that is going to happen. I know that it is. I see your passion and I see it already unfolding for you. How do you get, so your clients, do they come to you, or are you in any way affiliated with any government agencies that pour people into your service network? How does it work?
Great question. So you know what's really crazy? I was just asked this earlier today on another meeting, and she was like, how do people find you? So
how do they get you?
This is twice in one day. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
this is something going on. So there's a number of ways. LinkedIn is how some folks have found me. It's Diana N. Graham. If you're ever looking for me, it's always my name.
Write that down.
Diana Nicole Graham. And then folks have seen us on various stages, on various platforms serving. And so they know that we are a service disabled veteran-owned small business. And we are also hub certified for the state of North Carolina. So when we're doing works in these different environments, it gives us the exposure. We talked about exposure tonight, for other people to say, hey, we need that. And we also do referrals, right? Referrals are amazing. We thank you for that. We do referral fees. We also find ways, Monica, to connect with people. So like if someone refers somebody to work with me and they're not a good fit, I had one lady, I loved her. I appreciated her wanting to work with me for coaching, but Monica, I had to tell the truth. Sister, you need therapy, not coaching. And after you finish therapy, if you want to come back from coaching, you can. So that created a new network for me to give her some referrals. And so we start this whole like circular movement. I believe that we're all here together. We're not built on silos.
We are.
So let's figure out how we can make it. So referrals, LinkedIn, folks can email us. They can call our number, our 919-797-6744. That's a number they can call and or text. They can email us. They can find us on social media. Again, everything's my name, Diana Nicole Graham. If you can remember Diana like the princess, Graham like the cracker, middle initial N for Nicole, you're going to always find us. So that's it. We're here to partner. We're here to collaborate, and we're here to serve. That is our ultimate. We are the true definition of servant leaders, because we believe if you cut us all, we all bleed red.
That is good. So Diana, are there any thoughts that you would like to leave with the audience, or anything that you'd like to go back and recap or reiterate, or something that you may have just you forgot to touch on that you'd like to? We still have a little time to chat.
I would say the biggest thing, Monica, is find your faith and hold on to it. There was someone that said, Diana, how do you keep going in the midst of everything that's going on, right? Because I get no's. I don't win every federal contract. I don't win every nonprofit proposal, or I'm not win, excuse me, but all of my proposals aren't accepted for things that I put out there. How do you, and I stay true to my faith. My faith is that I was created for this. This is what I
Yes.
am living in my purpose. I'm doing what I was supposed to do. So when you say no, I take that no. It's not a denial, but that means next opportunity. And I keep moving. So when the next opportunity comes about, you will find a time to circle back to me. I just don't know if I have the availability to service you at that time. So knowing your worth, that validation of knowing your confidence, not arrogance, but your confidence of what you do and that the results you provide. Find your centering part. Create a routine. This is big for me, Monica, and I know people don't agree with it because they haven't agreed with it in years, but it works for me, and I have to do what's best for Diana Nicole. I, every single night, Monica, turn my phones off. Company phone, personal phone, off. Like not vibrate, completely off. And people don't like it. I have people say to me the next morning when I do turn them on, we've been calling you for hours and we've got this. Your emergency does not constitute one on my end. My morning routine is I'm going to get up. I'm going to say my prayers. I'm going to read my word. I'm going to do what I need to do for me. And the reason my phones go off at night is because I need my 7 to 8 hours of sleep every single night. Why is that important? Because I see the difference of how I function when I do not have it. I can't pour from an empty vase. So you have to realize what's of benefit for you and stick to the core of that. And if don't shake or move because other people find it unbeneficial. Like COVID. People have a really big problem with COVID with me because I refuse to entertain people. You're not crossing this threshold, and I'm not going to go sit in your house. People are still dying. This is a real thing. Find your core, stick to it. They may love it, they may like it, they may hate it. Whatever the situation, be true to thine own self.
That is so good. Those are so many words of wisdom. I wish I could just take you and just leave you over here. I would, before we end, if you could share your email, your website with us one more time, and then we're gonna close this out.
Awesome. So the website is www.worldwideweb.Diana. Diana like the princess. Diana. Middle, that's a middle initial for Nicole. Graham like the cracker. GRAHAM.com. DianaNGraham.com. DianaNGraham.com. Remember Princess Cracker and put that N in the middle.
All right. Thank you, Diana, so much. It has been a pleasure.
Awesome.
Have a good
Thank
evening.
You so much, Monica. You too.
Okay, that was such a wonderful session with Miss Diana Graham. Just so much energy, and she's given me a boost to get through the rest of the evening. And so the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school students to go to college. If you're interested in donating to the scholarship opportunity, please go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. And also another goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Any interested student can register online also at www.businessexpousa.com.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they're giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
Hello, my name is Natural Breeden, and I'm introducing a new author and her publication. Dr. Veronica Hardy is an inspirational speaker, author, and educator. Through her writing and public speaking, she uses the power of story to reveal and confront challenges experienced by the readers and listeners. And this is showcased through her book, A Letter to My Sisters, reflecting on God's promises. Dr. Hardy, what influenced the title of your book?
I can say now I did change the title a few times. It went from, I think I started with calling it Tamar's View, to capture more from her perspective. Then I switched it to Everybody Has Their Stuff. You know, we all carry something. And then finally I decided to pray. You know, God, what do you really want people to receive or know from this book? And so that's when A Letter to My Sisters, reflecting on God's promises, really came to me, because I felt it was really fitting that I was writing something for other women to read from my heart to theirs.
Oh,
Thank you.
now, Dr. Hardy, why did you choose the story about Tamar as the basis of the book?
I feel like oftentimes we don't talk much about the women in the Bible who have gone through difficulties, such as her. She was raped or sexually assaulted by her half-brother. Okay, and I just thought that was an important story to be able to bring out. And I thought it was important to kind of bring out her story, how she responded to it, so we could also look at how we respond to it as well.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Hardy, how does the story of Tamar serve as an example for you?
I would say strength, for one. It seems like she didn't hide it at all. And I think sometimes if someone were to ask us, we want to cover it. We don't want to share it. Why? Because we're carrying the shame, or we feel like we're guilty that we caused the situation to happen to us. So I was glad she was able to share it with her brother, acknowledge it, and then he said to her, don't take it to heart. And that message spoke to me, that we don't have to carry what someone else did to us. We don't have to make that become part of our identity, but for us to remember who we are, because she was a princess. Okay? And that's not taken away because of what someone else did to her. And I just wanted us as women to remember who we are in God's eyes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, and welcome as we get prepared for number 7, number 8, number 10, number 12. Yes, indeed, for those out there who've been watching us all day, thank you so very much for tuning in. And more importantly, thank you for allowing us to come into your households, allowing us to come into your homes. And, you know, when you talk about households and you talk about homes, our next guest is none other than Michelle Keaton Barrow of Keaton Barrow Realty, a company that has surpassed so many records in terms of houses that she has sold. And what I'm going to do this evening is I'm going to do a one-on-one with her. Hello, Michelle. How you doing?
Hey, Eric. I'm doing great.
You look like you're so enthused and you're so ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you probably had a long day today.
Yeah, it's late, man. I'm tired. But life is good, though. I'm not complaining.
Well, there's no need to complain when the COVID is happening. And of course, this is me and you. We're going to do a little interview. I'm going to ask you questions that are, you know, basic questions that people sometimes ask realtors. And sometimes people don't get them straightforward answers. They just kind of go around it. But, you know, but I've been knowing you forever. So I know you always go straight to the heart, right?
Yep.
So let's start out. First of all, who is Keaton Barrow Realty?
Who is, okay. All right. I'm the owner, the CEO of Keaton Barrow Realty. We've been in business for 31 years this year. The pandemic shut us down. We didn't get to have our 30-year anniversary party last year. We'll have to do that. I have offices in Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're also licensed in South Carolina. I'm the CEO, and we have agents in both cities. And we are legacy creators. It's our goal and our purpose to make sure that each and every person that we deal with makes a good, sound decision.
When you talk about legacy creators, what really does that mean?
To us, you have to diversify your investment portfolio. And I feel like everyone's portfolio should include owning real estate, whether it's residential real estate, commercial real estate, land. You should own some real estate. Dirt's not going anywhere.
I guess you get this question all the time. How many homes do you help buyers purchase each year?
Well, that varies. I've been doing it a long time. I mean, it could be anywhere from 30 to 100 houses a year. So it varies. And I do commercial real estate as well, not just residential.
So how does the real estate work for you? How's that work for you?
What do you mean?
Have you done a lot of that in your career, or is it a part of a growing and a developing market for you?
Like I said, I've been doing it. I've had my own company for 30 years. So we've seen all the ups and downs. We've seen Raleigh grow, Cary, Durham. It's worked very well for me. So I've seen the good and the bad. So it's worked very well for me.
So do you have full and part-time agents?
Yes, I do.
And the reason I'm asking you these questions, this is not me asking you a question just to be asking. I want you to kind of expand on, what does that mean when you start talking about what is a full-time agent? What is a part-time agent? I don't know.
Well, the playing field has been leveled a lot over the years because of the internet. So back when I started, my goodness, we had the homes were in a book that we had to go once a week and pick up. But, now we have the internet. Everybody's able to search for homes online by themselves. Of course, you still need an agent to get you through the entire process. But, I hire full-time and part-time agents because it's doable. When I started real estate, I was part-time. I was working as an engineer, and I started as part-time as a real estate agent.
So now, do you work with both buyers and sellers?
Yes, I do. Work with buyers and sellers.
What is the difference between the buyer and the seller when you work with them?
Buyers, it's not necessarily complicated, but each buyer has to be looked at independently. Some people are first-time home buyers, so they need to be made aware of each step of the process, all of the down payment assistance programs that may be available. It could be a veteran and it's their first home. I have lots of people that have bought more than one home from me. Lots of my buyers buy investment property. They might buy an apartment building, they might buy a quadruplex, buy something to rent out, a beach property. There's just a lot of different kinds of buyers that you can have. Now, the process is slightly different for sellers. And right now with the market, very much a seller's market. Homes are flying off the market because of supply and demand. We don't have as many houses on the market as we normally would. It kind of started prior to the pandemic, but it's even stiffened up more since then. So what we're seeing now with sellers are putting homes on the market and they're selling, 3 to 5 days with more than one offer.
Now, do you have clients? Do you have clients that you work long-term with, or do you have clients that you work short-term with? What I mean by that, do you have clients where they come in and they say, well, I'm looking for a house, and Michelle, I want you to find me this house, and this is what I would like to have, or how does that work?
Well, I'll give you an example. I've got somebody that just called me yesterday. She's a veteran that moved here from Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got some things she has to get straight, like on her credit. She's kind of long-term. She won't be buying. She can't buy it immediately. I'm going to have to work with her. Occasionally I have somebody that'll say, well, hey, Michelle, I got to have a house next week.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, each person has an individual situation. You have to come up with a different strategy for each client.
Now, I know nobody asked this question, but I'm going to ask this question anyway. What is your secret sauce to selling a house?
Okay. Well, right now, very much a seller's market, but with the pandemic, you gotta do it right. So is I go in and I talk to the sellers to make sure that their homes are prepared to sell and sell quickly, staging and things like that. Make sure the house is aesthetic and ready to go. You can do some things like advertising prior, so you can have the public interest prior to the house actually going on the market. It could be called coming soon, but the key is having the house ready so that it appeals to the buyer. And Eric, I just want to say one thing. I did have to do this on my phone, so everything is really small, and I think someone may have a question.
Yeah, we've had
popped
several.
Up temporarily.
Yeah, we've had
okay,
several.
I can't.
I know you can't see it. I was
so
gonna.
The print is this. Okay.
I was gonna have Mark to send them back, and I'll read them. I'll read them for you as
okay, perfect. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you got a question. A lot of folks have been surprised how well real estate is doing during the pandemic.
Yeah, they have been surprised. A couple of things are going on. So, when this first started, I think a lot of real estate agents and home sellers, a lot of people took their houses off the market. So that's part of our supply right there. But what happened when people realized that we could actually sell homes, we're going in and we're using hand sanitizer, washing our hands and everything. Homes have been selling, and they're selling quickly and efficiently. But again, you're back to that supply and demand. So also what you have is people moving to the Raleigh and Charlotte areas from other states like California and New York because they've found out they're basically going to be working from home from here on out. And so they can live anywhere in the country.
That must be a big surprise for the marketplace.
Well, yes and no. I mean, the North Carolina area, because of our climate, because of the weather and everything, it's always been a great place to move to. So a surprise a little bit, but not. And then Raleigh, it used to be back in the day, everybody would want to retire and move to Florida. But what you've got now is people stop and they move to North Carolina to retire because it's still, Florida's a quick airplane ride away, or you could even drive and you can still get back to up north, where a lot of people were moving from up north to Florida because of the weather. They're just stopping here. They're not going as far south.
Now, when you work with a new home buyer, okay, is that a team situation or is that one-on-one?
I still work with my clients one-on-one. I do have some assistants that help me both in Raleigh and Charlotte, but I feel like it's best for me to work with them one-on-one. Yes.
So when a client is looking at the marketplace and whether they want to go to Durham, Raleigh, Apex, Chapel Hill, or Charlotte, how do you look at the marketplace for a new home buyer?
Now you say a new home buyer, first time home buyer, or new construction. That's a play on words when you say new.
Let's do all three or all two. Let's talk about all of them, because there are people out here who want to know about all of that.
Okay, all right. Well, most people want certain school districts. They want to be near certain things. I get a lot of people that want to be near UNC Chapel Hill or Duke because of health issues. That comes into play when you start looking at locations. As far as new construction, I am pushing people a little bit towards new construction, because if you go back to what I said about 10 minutes ago about having to compete for offers, 10, 15 offers, and you have to bid higher and stuff like that, you don't really run into that situation with new construction. You can build from the ground up, or it just seems not to be quite as competitive.
Well, when you talk about the competitiveness, can you carry us through what a typical situation when a new home buyer comes to ask you for advice?
Well, I tell them, number one, be prepared to, go ahead and get pre-approved. Okay, we need to know what price range you're looking in, because quite obviously, if offers are competing, you're going to be ready to pull the trigger as soon as you see a home that you like. Be prepared to, in this climate, pay your own closing costs. If you're looking at your offer and somebody else's offer, and their offers are the same, but the other person can pay their closing costs, then chances are, if you can pay your own, you might want to go ahead and do that. People are sometimes looking for quick closings, so just be ready to go.
Now, do you see any major red flags how do you detect major red flags when clients come to you?
Now, you mean red flag on the client?
Yes.
Or, well, if they, let's say, for instance, they don't want their credit pulled. Well, you can't. I'm gonna be real honest with you. There's no need for you to get your bubble burst or you to get in my car and we drive around. If we don't know, number one, your credit is good. Then, number two, we need to make sure you've been at that job for 2 years, that you have sufficient income. And, I have a list of questions that I ask people. You need to answer them because sometimes there are, like you said, little red flags.
What
and
are
so
some
it's best just to know.
Yeah. So what are some of those other questions that you want to know?
It's so funny. So I ask people, I say, do you know what your credit score is? If they don't, I'll say, most people are honest. I say, do you think you have a good credit? And if they say don't know, I'm like, well, have you ever had any judgments? Have you ever been evicted? Have you paid anything late in the past 30 days? Those things will bring your credit score down. Then, and then also like your income, I need to know, are you paying the IRS? Do you have student loans? Do you pay alimony? Do you pay child support? So, I make people think and engage how this process is going to work, is that all those things are going to make a big difference. And a lot of people, one thing is, if anybody's listening right now that has student loans, that's kind of screwing people up right now because they are in deferment because of the pandemic. But if you are not paying on your student loan, they have to take a percentage of it and say that is your payment. And 9.5 times out of 10, that percentage of what you owe is higher than what your actual payment is. So I saw an article on that today. It's kind of taking people aback, that they can't get a house because their student loans are currently deferred.
In this marketplace, how do you handle Charlotte and Raleigh as an agent, as an agency?
Well, we have agents there. We have an office uptown on 4th Street in Charlotte, and then we have an office in the Raleigh area. And actually, it's not that difficult. Everything is internet based. All the listings go in the system. And, if I list a house, all agents, all thousands of agents have an opportunity to sell that house. And then generally it's all about relationships when it comes to buyers. And so I've just never had an issue. I've been able to sell in Raleigh and in Charlotte, South Carolina as well, and in Greensboro.
Well,
there was a question that popped up that I see the word flipping. There was somebody named Mark that asked the question about, was it flipping a house? It went away. Did you catch that?
No, it kind of disappeared. That's one of the crazy things about this. I will again try to read them for as they come again.
Okay.
I think one of the questions that I always wanted to ask you, Michelle, when it comes to what you do is, how do you attract new clients? How do you find them? And then once you find them, how do you court them to actually buy a house?
Okay, I'm blessed because I've been doing it so long. So if you're in any type of business and you form relationships and you have integrity and you tell the truth, those people will always refer additional clients to you, and they will come back to you. And I'm getting so old now that people's children are coming and buy houses from me, which is, I had to take a deep breath the first time that I did that. But a lot of the newer agents are using social media, which I do, but that's not always how I get new clients. It's like I said, again, with me, it's mostly one-on-one, very warm referrals.
So what do you think about the way that they're doing it nowadays in terms of the social media?
Well, it's interesting. If it works for you, the millennials are, no, that's an old word. I've been told not to say that anymore. But the younger people, the people in their 20s and 30s, they grew up that way. They're accustomed to doing things online. So they're accustomed to going to Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and everything and finding their resources. So occasionally I do pick up a client from, like I said, most of my clients are one-on-one referrals, or by networking and just getting out physically, meeting people in new places and spaces. And I'm honest, just like I'm talking to you, this is how I talk to everybody else. Somebody calls me, and I answer the phone, I might say something like, hey, you know what I'm right now? Can I call you back? Because I just keep it real. And I found that works for me. Might not work for everybody else. So this is what you get. This is the Michelle you get when we go look at houses, or I go to put your house on the market.
So when you take somebody to look at a house and they don't particularly like the house, do you still work to sell them that house, or how does that work?
No, that's one thing. A house has to sell itself. I cannot sell anybody a house that they don't want. Like I said, people know if they want a certain number of bedrooms, baths, a garage, school district. Does it need to be a ranch? 2-story. People know what they want, so I cannot sell, and I don't push it. If they don't like the house, I always tell them my address and say, I'm going home tonight, so I'm fine. You won't hurt my feelings if you don't like this house. So.
Well, I think the question was, are folks flipping houses still? And are you involved in that aspect of the market?
Okay, I have flipped houses in the past. It's kind of difficult right now to do it inside the city limits of Raleigh or Durham, because there's a ton of people that are doing it. I just have to be honest, right? You got a lot of people that have cash. And again, investors, you might have somebody who's paying cash and investing in a house that might be out a first-time home buyer. But the question was actually about flipping, which means you buy a house, this much money, you fix it up, you put it back on the market for this much money, right? So you make money. But that's kind of fizzled out here, because first of all, I call it the wholesale price of the house. The price you would get the house for, that price in the beginning before you flip it, I call it a wholesale price. The wholesale price bars have been raised so high, Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte, and through most of the state, that if you're going to flip a house, you really need to go out a little bit. So some of the smaller towns people are not thinking about, and it might not be quite as competitive, but yes, people are flipping houses.
So in this marketplace, what do you see as the biggest challenges if somebody's coming into the real estate marketplace pre-pandemic?
Now, is this a person coming to buy or
coming into to sell, not just to buy, but coming in to be in your business?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You're talking about a real estate agent? Well,
yes.
You said pre-pandemic?
Yes.
It's a lot. There's a lot of competition now. There's a lot of real estate agents, so you really need to cut out your own path. You need to be who you are and in your space, and not try to be like everybody else. You need to carve out a niche. So, you don't want to talk about just what's bad, but what you need to talk about is what it is you need to do to be a successful real estate agent.
And what is your niche?
I've been doing it so long, I've got all of it. So, I'm like everybody else. When I first started, I was much younger, so I had a lot of first-time home buyers. But see, now that's because I know how to work with first-time home buyers, I can still do that. But a lot of those people have evolved, and they bought 2 and 3 properties from me. Start with the first property, they might rent that out, buy a bigger property, and then they move on up to the $1 million house. And then also those same clients, I sell them investment property. So my niche is it's pretty much everybody, but not all agents can do that. You know what I'm saying? Some agents they're not savvy on first-time home buyer programs, but I've got them in my belt. I've done a lot of projects with the city of Raleigh with down payment assistance and stuff like that in Durham as well over the years. So, once you learn something, you're not going to unlearn it. So I still know how to do all those things. But then, I've been able to take a person and they can build a custom house from the ground up. I can work with you if you want to buy $1 million house, or if you want to buy an apartment complex, I got you. Now, all agents can't say that. Most agents don't do residential real estate and commercial real estate, but I do.
So the $1 million house client, what does that client look like?
I mean, that's interesting. That could be anybody. It might be an NFL player, a retired NFL player, or just somebody that's done well with their money, and has decided that they might want to buy $1 million house. So it varies.
Well, sometimes I hear that some real estate agents, they cherry pick. So they get people to come in. Sometimes they'll work with them when they feel like it, and sometimes they'll work with them, just because somebody referred them. How does that work with you? Do you cherry pick, or do you take anybody that comes through the door after you do an assessment of who they are and their ability to buy?
I mean, unless my personality really clashes with somebody, I work with everybody. I feel like that's my purpose. That's my why, is to help people to make good real estate decisions so that they can create generational wealth for their families.
So let's just talk about this client here again. So you got $1 million client. You know, I want you to sell as many $1 million houses as you possibly can. So I want to figure out how we can get you more $1 million clients. Do your commissions? Are your commissions better on your $1 million clients, your first home buyer clients, your fabricated houses clients, your I guess not hotels, but your commercial properties? Where's the money? Where is the money?
Oh, you know, the money is, it doesn't, okay. Well, your commission is a percentage of what the sales price is. So quite obviously, if you sell something that's higher price, then you get a larger commission check. But I don't operate like that. With me, it doesn't matter to me if it's my challenge to go out here and do my best to find you $100,000 house. That's what I'm going to do. You know, everybody might want to say, well, you know, yeah, you get a lot more money if you sell a $2 million house, but each entity is just as important to me as the other. So I don't look at, some other agents are like that, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not.
So
I think
that kind of sounds like your secret sauce, is that you pretty much work with people, you meet them where they are, you look at how you can serve them so that they can get the best for their dollar, and then so that they can refer other people to you, and then you make additional dollars by serving them on a high level. Is that kind of what you do?
Yeah, but to me, I don't look at the money. Again, you know, with me, you know me, Eric. So my whole thing is, you know, my whole life, I'm just going to help people, right? And so I'll tell you, the first $1 million house that I sold was when the people got here from California. This was a long time ago, probably 20 years ago. They were real cute. They're like, you know, we need a house today. I'm like, you need a house today? I'm like, okay, that's good. And you're buying $1 million house. And so I asked them, I said, how did you get my name and my number? And they said, well, you know, we call Wake County Public School System, and the young lady that answered the phone, they were African American, just so happened they were an African American couple. They asked her if she knew of an African American real estate agent. Now, this is before internet and all that. I mean, you know, all the social media and stuff. And she said, I only know one. She said, her name is Michelle with Keaton Bear Realty. And she gave me my number. And she said, all she said was she had called my office one day and I was really nice to her on the phone. So I got $1 million referral from somebody I still to this day don't know who that was.
Wow.
And when they called my office, I was nice to them on the phone. And see, you're right. Maybe that's my secret sauce. And she probably called to ask about a rental. So my whole thing is that in my world, you're all the same. If you call me and I'll do my best to help you. If it's not a resource that I have that I can give you, I'll do the best of my ability to find someone to help you, because I feel like that's my purpose.
Well, you know, that is something that a lot of times people are fearful of when they start talking to real estate agents, because it's a sales game also. And sometimes people are thinking that you're also in the business of selling, because when you begin to talk about competitive marketplace and a lot of real estate agents, sometimes people believe that you're going to sell them something. And what you're saying is that's not your intent, to sell them something. Because if you sell them something, and I used to sell cars, and I used to tell people that if I sell you a car that you don't want, you're going to talk about me, and you're going to talk dirt about me to other people because I sold you something you did not want. And when I sold to people and I asked them the questions about what you want, and they got something that they wanted, then they will come back. Is that something kind of similar to what you do?
Yeah, I'm still back to, I cannot sell somebody a house that they don't want, because, you know, everybody has I always ask people for their criteria. I say, the first thing I say is, wait a minute, let me get something to write with. I'm old school. I'm not going to key up my phone. I said, I'm going to write it down. What is it that you're looking for? You know, what is your end goal? Do you want a house, townhouse? And, you know, we need to work on the price range and things like that. So I can't sell you what you don't want. With a car, you might be able to do that, but you can't do that with a house. Now, what I can do, it is my job, is to give you expert service and expert advice and professional service. So, you know, I make sure, you know, if I think there's something wrong with the house, I'm going to help you do your due diligence. You know, if I think it's a crazy area or something may happen, I'll be like, no. If you really want that house, but I'm going to help you make you sign right here and say, Michelle said, I probably wouldn't buy that house. You know what I'm saying? That really doesn't happen. But, you know, I can tell you if it's a good idea or not. I've been doing it.
Well, I think that's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand about business in general, and it is how you treat a customer, how you view the customer, and what you have to do to make that customer comfortable. What would you say are some of the things that you do with your customers that is a little different from other people? Is it the conversation? Is it the process? Or is it the planning?
It's the whole thing. You know, I get to know people first. So, you know, if I call you, people are surprised. I had somebody, for instance, getting ready to put her house on the market. I've known her for years, and I just texted her today because she didn't feel well the last time I talked to her 2 months ago, and she was really surprised. So it's getting to know people. I just like people, Eric. I'll just be honest with you. So it's real simple for me to do that. It's form a relationship. Talk to you one-on-one. Learn about your family. You know, I'm not just in your pocketbook. You know, I just want to know, you know, what are your life endeavors? What's your purpose in life, not just mine. And it seems to work for me.
Well, you've been in business for over 30 years, so not only has it worked for you, it's kept you here in terms of what you do. Now, when you look at how you sell to a person, okay, would you say that the first part of the process is to sit down and interview, or would you say the first part of the process is the customer comes to you and just start talking about the house?
No, I mean, it's different during the pandemic. So, you know, we just share information. That's the best thing I can do. And a lot of people, you know, I work with, I'll be like, you know, even now, like, you know, come on, bring your mask. We need to sit down and talk one-on-one. So it's all about getting to know each other.
Well, you know, those are the kinds of things that I think a lot of times people miss. They miss that one-on-one that really, and I guess it's kind of that old school kind of selling, you know, where you look at a person, you find out about that person first before you start talking about what they want, because I'm sure that some people come in, they want steak, but they have hamburger money. How do you deal with that?
Well, you know, the facts show, you know, if you only qualify for a $300,000 house and you just described a $750,000 house, you know, I never say, well, that's not going to happen. I say, well, let's look at what shows up in your price range. Or if I put in all the things that you want and the location you want, and only houses that come up are 750,000, I mean, that's data. That didn't have anything to do. I can't fix that.
You know, that is very interesting, because some people would get upset if you tell them that they can't get a $700,000 house and that's what's on their mind.
No, I've never had that problem. People understand. Most people come to me with a general knowledge of their price range because of the internet. They get online or they'll ask their bank. They kind of have an idea of what they can afford prior. Now, they may have an idea of what a price range is and what a payment may be. But, you know, there's a calculation that's done when you purchase a house. You take the debt to income ratio. So I'm like, well, you know, I do ask the question, I'm like, do you have a car payment? And I'm like, how much is it? You know, if your car payment is $700, I have to remind you, I'm like, well, that's going to take away from your buying power. Can we get that car paid off? So, you know, I just make sure everybody knows everything. And then, like I said, the first thing I do is send it to a mortgage company.
Now, do you sell rental properties also?
Now, when you say that, do you mean that I would sell that to an investor and an investor would rent that out? Yes.
No, I don't understand what you just said. Try that again.
Okay, you asked the question an odd way. You said, do I sell rental property?
Yes.
So to me, a rental property is a property that's by an investor, and that investor is going to rent that property out. That's why it's a rental property.
Yeah. I'm just saying I didn't understand. I'm not saying.
I work with investors, yes.
Well, Michelle, as you look at the future of your company and your business, what would you say are some of the things that you'd like to see happen?
Continue to grow. I've been doing it a long time. I don't actively solicit for new agents, but I will have new agents recently. Last 2 agents I had, one just got her license. She's somebody I know. She's new and she's doing well. And then I just hired a seasoned agent that's been selling new construction for 15 years. So I'd like to see my company grow. Love to see us get with some human resource departments with some of these companies that are relocating people, so that we could work with those buyers. That's always great. And then always, if anybody's developing a new construction subdivision, we are welcome to being the listing agent there.
Well, when people are in the human resource department and getting new homes or relocation to Raleigh and Charlotte, what are some of the ways that you've tried to get in front of these people?
Well, that's special. I have tried some of the diversity and inclusion program people, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of those relocation networks they're good old boy networks, and they're kind of hard to break, and we all know what that means. So I try to moonwalk back into some. Go around and I just hadn't landed a big contract yet. That's one of my goals. I'd love to see that happen.
So what do you call a big contract? Talk a little bit about what would constitute big contracts.
Oh, well, what I mean as far as the relocation is, for instance, Duke Energy, when they moved people, I don't know if you recall, when they, was it CP&L and Duke Energy merged and they're Progress Energy now, but they moved a lot of the people that actually would have been my clients, right? I would have been able to list their houses and sell them houses in Charlotte. I wasn't able to do that because another company actually out of Utah had the big contract.
Out of Utah.
It's a long story short. They didn't physically come.
Tell the story. Hold on. We want to hear the story.
No. Well, what it is that a relocation company can actually outsource. So that's what I mean, big contract. That particular person had that contract. So what they did is that they had contracts here, say, look, some of the, I don't want to say any company names because I don't want to advertise for anybody else, but some of the larger corporations, they were able to, the people that normally would have been my client, they had those contracts because they had to send a referral fee back to the person who had the big contract that I'm talking about, right? So anyway, sometimes within the corporate arena, the people in the human resources make those decisions as to who gets those contracts.
Well, I definitely didn't know that. How do you deal with commercial properties? How do you find commercial properties? How does that work? Do you find commercial properties for companies and corporations? How does that work?
Yeah, it's usually an individual, somebody looking for an office building or land or a restaurant or something like that, or office building. It's not that hard. We have a multiple listing for that. We have something called CoStar. We also have LoopNet, where we just search for commercial property, just like we search for houses.
But how do you find the clients for those spaces? Do you actively go out or refer?
It's mostly referral. I just let people know that I do commercial real estate, and then because a lot of real estate agents don't do commercial and residential, I do have some real estate refer people to me, right? And I pay a referral fee back because they don't do commercial.
So if people want to get in contact with you, Michelle, I think it was truly refreshing to hear how you sell. I think something that kind of gets missed in terms of how people do business is how they really actually do business. And the only way you can find that out is to have a fireside chat with you the way we're having today. How can people kind of, call you up, email you, so that you can find them the space or the place that they're looking for?
Okay. My email address is michelle@keatonbarrowrealty.com. 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 Also, you can just call me on my cell. I'm one of those. It's so funny. Some people say, well, my real estate agent never wouldn't call me back. I'm like, well, you can call me. You might have to leave me a message. So my cell number is 919-271-8241, 919-271-8241. And whether you're looking at Raleigh, Charlotte, Greensboro, Wilmington, you can just call me on my cell. And then I'm also on social media. We have Keaton Barrow Realty on Facebook and Charlotte NC Area Real Estate on Facebook. You can message me on there. And we're also on Keaton Barrow Realties on Instagram.
Well, I know I asked you earlier about your future, and you talked about you like to expand your future. You know, let's talk about today for a moment before we get out of here. What are some of the things with this whole pandemic thing going on that you like to see change today in the marketplace?
Whew. That's an interesting question. Changing the marketplace. I'll tell you what, we need more supply. So look, anybody out there that's ready to put their house on the market, please put your house on the market. There's no reason for you not to. We do have people that may have the precarious position that, oh, if I put my house on the market, Michelle, you just told me it's going to sell in 2 days. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, so we need to start looking for your new house so you can do a simultaneous closing. Let me explain what that is. So if you sell your house, you can close on the house that you just sold that morning, and you can buy your new house that afternoon. So you can do it on the same day. You just have to ask me how. We're not going to get into that, Eric, but don't be afraid to put your house on the market.
So you're telling me that I could possibly buy my house, buy a new house, sell my old house on the same day?
Okay, no, not the same day. So for instance, if you put your house on the market, generally it takes everybody 30 to 40 days to get a mortgage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we sell your house, we look a little bit before, right? Or Eric, you're selling your house, and we'll just say, okay, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I need 40 days before you close on my house. So that gives you a few days to go out and get under contract on another house. And then you, Mr. Eric, yes, you sell your house and buy a new house on the same day. I do that quite often.
So there are clients out there that you work with who want to upgrade.
There you go. Yeah.
And what they do is they say, okay, I'm in this house. Maybe I've been in this house 20, 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And let's do 20 years, because I start saying 20, 30 like everybody's been in houses for 20, 30 years. So they come to you and they say, you know what? I'm ready to put me a larger house. How can you help? What do you say to them?
I say, let's do it. We're going to put that house on the market. Now, one thing to note, depending on how old you are, you might not be buying a bigger house. You may want to buy a smaller house. And then think about it. If you've been in your house 15 or 20 years with our market, you might have so much cash because your home is appreciated so much that you could sell that house and pay cash for your retirement home and just call it a wrap. So people don't always buy a bigger or more expensive house. They may want to scale down and have a smaller home. And
so do you have that discussion with them, even if they come in talking about, I really want to get a bigger house?
No, that's not
the kids.
No, I'm telling you what can happen. People make their own decisions. You have some people that sell and they want to move into a 55 and older community for that lifestyle, because the houses are ranches and have. But that's not my decision.
So Michelle, what would you say to inspire young business owners who are watching today? What would you say is some of the things that has made you successful over the years, that's kept you in business? What would it be?
You have to believe in yourself first. You need to know your why and your purpose, and you need to align those things. Don't make your business just be about the bottom line and making money, because eventually you're going to step on a toe, you're going to do something wrong, you're going to make a mistake. So always have a why and a purpose, and the money will come. The money will flow. The universe will make it happen. Trust me.
Well, I want to thank you for coming on today. It seemed like it went so fast, and we do appreciate you staying out the dark for this show. And sometimes people don't do what you're doing today, because I'm sure that you had a lot of things that you could have been doing, and the audience probably never really knew, what a real realtor who's been in business for over 30 years, how did they sustain that business? Because I'm sure there are young people who are coming into business who need to know what it really takes to stay in this business. Now, I know you gave your number out earlier, but would you give the number out so that potential investors and potential buyers can give you a call and do more business with you?
Okay, absolutely. Because I just want to insert one thing, because a lot of real estate agents, they see it. I don't know if it's because they see it on TV or what. They think that selling and listing real estate is just easy. And it's a lot of work. You know, it's like that 10,000 hours. Like Eric Kelly has his 10,000 hours in. He knows what he's doing. I've got my 10,000 hours in. It may look easy, but it's a lot of work. And I'll give you my contact information again. My cell number is 919-271-8241. 919-271-8241. And just email me, Michelle@KeatonBarrowRealty.com. And that's Michelle with 2 L's.
Well, Michelle, I tell you, it's been a joy. It's been a pleasure. And of course, I got an outtake question before you get out of here. What would you like to see this market do in terms of how buying and selling? Is there any one thing that you would change? Whether it's a law or whether it's a process. Is there any one thing that you would change to make the real estate game better?
Probably 2 things. Number one, if they would stop counting student debt. I know it's terrible, but it's messing a lot of people up, not just people in their 20s, because I'm getting people in their 30s and 40s that still have student loans. And then the second thing I would love to see, but I don't know how we do this, is that we need affordable housing. We're getting to the place, Raleigh, Durham, Charlotte, North Carolina. There's no true affordable housing. So, I have people coming to me and, to like qualify for $200,000, but that's a very difficult price range, because we're getting to the place now that an average price of a first-time home buyer home is getting close to $300,000. A lot of money, where's the affordable housing? So I don't know how you make that happen, but if it could, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it. Love my first time home buyers, and I'd like to continue to see them, like I said, build a generational wealth. I would like for everybody who has worked hard to have good credit and have a job, be able to purchase a home.
Well, of course, again, like I said, I did have those couple of questions on leaving here. I want to thank you for being on the show. I think you've been just brilliant. The information was great. It wasn't too complicated for not only me, but for other people that are listening in, because a lot of times, when you want to ask these questions, people don't hear the answers because it seems that people want to dance around the answer to keep people in suspense so that they come and allow them to work for them. But with you, it's almost like, you're like a sister. I mean, you like somebody who's saying, hey, look, I'm not in it for the money. That's not why I do it. I do it to help you. You come in, if you have unrealistic ideas, I'm going to tell you. I'm not going to lead you down the path and get you there and say, well, it's a $700,000 house, but your credit bad. I'm not going to get you there and say, you want $7,000 house, but all you can afford is $300,000. And then you take the time out with people, which is something that we rarely see today with the marketplace and with the way people who compete in this marketplace want to get it done, very, very rapidly. So we want to thank you for coming on and giving us an insight into your world. And we definitely want to thank you for staying a little late. And we know it's about 7:00 here, but we want you to thank you for that. But more importantly, what we want to say is it's a joy to meet people who do what you do on the level that you do with the confidence and the kindness that it seems that you have. Is there anything that you like to say to people out there before you go?
Do it. If there's any chance you can have the opportunity to purchase a home, please do so, because like I said, you're beginning to have generational wealth. Some of the others are guaranteed generational wealth. So we need, as a people, this is the Black Business Expo, we need, as a people, we need to own our own real estate. We need to own our own businesses. We need to own things. And I'd like to close out with that, Mr. Kelly.
Yes, indeed. And you know what people don't know, Michelle, you've been with the Black Business Expo from the beginning. One
big expo.
Oh, you remember that? That was one of my biggest sellers too. Because we had so many quotes over the years. That one big expo with the hands in the world. You remember that? That's been a long time. Want to thank you for being on. Want to thank you for keeping on. And give people your email and your website.
Okay. Michelle at KeatonBarrelRealty.com. And I have two websites. It's KeatonBarrelRealty.com is for Raleigh, and Charlotte is CharlotteNCAreaRealEstate.com.
All right. Thank you so very much. We'll talk to you later, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, indeed. That was Keaton Barrow Realty. Michelle Keaton Barrow, the CEO. And I want you to kind of listen to what just happened. You know, we are, who are in sales, you know, sometimes we're looking at what the profit is. And sometimes we're looking at how much can we sell. And what she said that was very important was that she takes the time out and find out about the person first. She wants to know who the client is. She wants to build generational wealth. She wants to sell not one house, not two houses, not three houses, not four, not five, not six, not seven. She wants to sell to the entire family. So if you're out there in the real estate game and or in business, this is something you need to look at when you start talking about a 30-year career in sales. It's not easy. It's definitely a challenge when you're looking at doing business. So we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be talking with our next guest. You got Eric Kelly III. As I continue to say, what you're looking for is looking for you.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.
And of course, we're back. I am Black business. From the moment I wake to the time I sleep, I am Black business. Do you support Black business? Well, when you begin to talk about Black business, our next guest, young man who last month when we did 30,000 people, some 7,000 impressions or shares as they called it, and then we did some 500 likes. This young man called us on the phone. He got our number. Of course, at that time we were using the local mastermind group to do our mastermind piece at the end of our show. And we want to thank Jimmy Davies, who of the mastermind group provided us with 7 speakers. And while those 7 speakers were great, we were looking to do the same thing again this month. But Daryl Robinson gave us a call. And Daryl said, we want to be involved. We've been watching what you've done. We want to be involved. And for those of you who don't know this gentleman, this young man, he's a dynamic young man. And his topic is going to be on text. And of course, as we begin to talk about texting, this is another intriguing piece that we need to begin to talk about. And as I was having a conversation, he kept saying to me, we want to be involved. And if you're watching the 7 days that we are doing, you will find that the National Black Mastermind Group is sprinkled in and out. We didn't want to just do it in the evening. We wanted to utilize some speakers. And their CEO, Dr. Danetta Watson, she started us out. And oh, what a powerful message she gave. And then Sean Robinson. And then we had Barbara H. Smith to come in, and she did an outstanding job. She was one of our hosts, one of our moderators. And so we want to thank them as we've thanked, so many people today. And I want to bring him up right about now. Hello, man. How's it going?
It's going. Oh, I'm on. It's going good, Dr. Kelly. How are you?
Wait a minute. What do you mean I'm on? Come on.
I just popped up on the screen and it looks great. It looks great. But no, I'm honored and happy to be here.
Well, we're honored and happy to finally get a chance to put a face with a voice, because me and you, we've been on the phone for quite some time, and want to personally tell you thank you so very much for working with us. I believe that this relationship is going to be forged, farther than this. And I look forward to all the great things that you're going to do. I'm not coming back in the end, so I just want to make sure that that I'm going to watch it all the way through. But because we're playing it 24 hours, we play the first set. We take the first set and then we re-air it on our Facebook, our Twitter, our YouTube. And of course, I believe that we're re-airing it on y'all's platforms also, as y'all given us the opportunity to do that. Mm-hmm. And if I come back on, then I got to do another kind of ending. Which what kind of ending are you going to do when you're doing 7 straight weeks? And I know that's not what we were going to talk about, but I thought I'd let you know that it was no slight on my part. It's just the way that we have it set up. And again, I want to tell you thank you. And as I say to each and every one of my guests, this is Daryl Robinson, and who's going to be talking about texting. I think you should sit back, get your pen and pencil, and get ready. He's going to bring the heat. And as I say, I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in whatever nation and location you are. My name is Daryl Robinson. I am one of the recruiting directors for the National Black Mastermind Group, and I'm going to be talking about text message marketing, or if you've heard of it, SMS marketing, basically using your phone to send text messages to market to your customers. And I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Yes, and we'll share the screen. All right. And okay, let's see. Everybody, let's see. We'll stop sharing the screen and you okay, share the screen. Okay. All right. So hopefully everybody could see the screen. If that's not the case, well, I'll just begin talking. Just anyway. So, text message or SMS marketing. I'll talk about the vital techniques, the statistics, and some software that could be very, very helpful when it comes to finding customers or clients and then retaining those customers and clients to increase your business revenue. So, what exactly is text message marketing? So, like I was saying before, text message marketing is just a digital marketing strategy or process where you send concise bulk phone messages or text messages to customers or clients using your mobile phone. There's different information that you could send with text message marketing. In particular, you could send business news or alerts regarding your business, updates. So say maybe your website's undergoing a maintenance check, maybe there's a special sale that's going on for your business. You could also send other promotions, offers, mobile or digital coupons as well. Also, text message marketing is also good for customer support also. Furthermore, text message marketing is regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. They're the ones who surf the phone and the mobile digital waves, mostly because some text messages, like emails, can be considered spam or phishing emails, which are very bad and they're usually blocked. So a reason why text message or SMS marketing is very effective is that it bypasses a lot of marketing campaign obstacles. Think of this as different types of noises. So some of those noises could be social media and video advertisements, other email marketing campaigns, also other spamming messages. So with text message marketing, the campaign using the phone is a lot smaller. So there's less distraction. So your message will get through to the customers and will be seen by the customers more often using text message marketing. Text message marketing offers a direct, personalized, attentive experience for the customer. However, an important point to know is that text message marketing is only one part of your overall marketing campaign. So it's an effective complement to your other marketing tools. So it can offer a very beneficial relationship. Furthermore, another important thing about text message marketing is that it targets a special audience or a special demographic. Text message marketing does follow the targeting strategy, very similar to social media platforms. You do have to have a special target or special audience in mind. So you're going to need some key information. So you're going to need to know some things about your customers. So their location, where do they like to travel? Where do they reside? Where are they from? What city are they from? What state? What region of the country or what country? What time zone are they in? That's also important as well. What is the customer's age? Different age groups use smartphones and mobile phones at different rates. Some people like to use smartphones just to call. Some like to use smartphones to send emails. Some people like to use smartphones to send text messages. Another thing that's important is to find out what industries or professions are your customers in? What work schedules do they have? That's also connected to the professions that they have. Also, what's their annual income as well? That's information that you can connect and you could gather to learn more about your audience. Furthermore, what's their marital status? Are they single? Are they married? Do they have kids? What's a part of their culture? What religion do they practice? Furthermore, what's their extracurricular interests, desires, and values? So these are all very, very important information and factors that you will need in order to build a target audience profile. And like we were saying before, text message marketing follows an algorithm or a game plan. So the biggest point with text message marketing is that the more that you know about your customer, the higher your chances are of retaining that customer in the long haul and finding more customers. So you'll be able to achieve your goal of customer retention and therefore hopefully boosting the revenue and the income from your businesses. So there's a plan that you can follow with text message or SMS marketing. So step one, find and compile the information. Step two, create a target profile. Step three, construct your plan using the other information that we just talked about, the other points. And then step four is to execute that plan. And we still have to remember that text message marketing is only one part of the overall marketing campaign. So you're probably curious about some of the businesses that use text message marketing or SMS marketing. Maybe some of you have used it before in the past or are using it now, and hopefully it's yielding great results for you. Some of the companies include Bed Bath & Beyond, as well as Office Depot. So that's more of retail and supplies. There's also FedEx and UPS. That's more delivery, but there are technology companies that use SMS or text message marketing, including Google, International Business Machines or IBM, Facebook, Coca-Cola uses it, the Essence Festival as well. So businesses that are in the fashion, the entertainment, music industries, Essence uses it particularly for displaying their events, as well as creating a map or schedule for the events to send text messages to their participants about what's going on. Furthermore, science and STEM companies, healthcare companies like Merck Pharmaceuticals uses it. Even federal agencies such as NASA uses it. And most importantly, your business can use it too to great effect. But another important point another important question that we have to ask, is text message marketing right for you? Is it right? Or is it correct for you right now? So step one, or rather a question that we have to answer, has the customer done these following things? Have they already purchased a product from you? Have they ordered a service from your business or from your company? Have they visited your company's blog, social media page, website before? Have they visited you based off of word of mouth and want to know more? Have they contacted your business to learn more about your business? If the answer is no, stop, pause, regroup. You might not be able to do text message marketing as of yet. Plus, if you don't have their phone number, you're going to need their phone number in order to do text message marketing. However, if the answer to this step or to this question is yes, then move on to step two. The customer has given you their phone number. So step two, or rather question two, is you have to acquire the customer's permission or subscription to send them text messages. This is part of the Federal Communications Commission's requirement. You can do this by sending the customers a permission text that either says, are we authorized to send text messages to you regarding our business? Yes or no, or Y or N. There's two sending out this permission text. You can either send it straight out of the gate, kind of as a confidence method, a shotgun strategy. This could also be a way to follow up with the customer, either from an email or from seeing them face to face, or even having a speaking engagement. This is a way to really gauge their interest and their thoughts, to really figure out, are they interested in your business? Do they want to learn more? Another strategy that could help with sending the permission text is having customers complete an email and a phone number subscription form on your website. This is more organized and it's a more preferred method. You'll have their phone number, you'll have their email address, you might have their physical address, and you could also see, okay, what about your business is the customer interested in? So that's also very important. This is the more organized preferred strategy or method. So if the customer says yes to the permission text, then good. You can move on to step 3, and you're one step away from really using text message marketing in its full effect. If the customer says no, stop, it's okay. Just regroup and try to build the relationship with the customer a little bit better, and you'll be using text message marketing soon. So furthermore, step 3, do you have important business information to share? Like earlier in our speaking session, there was business information that you could share with text message marketing. Do you have a special seasonal promotion going on or sale going on? Do you have a VIP access giveaway? Do you have mobile coupons that you can give to a customer? Are there business updates or alerts? SMS marketing and text message marketing is also good for confirming a delivery status or signing up for a particular program with your business. It's also good for confirming if a customer has downloaded an app. It's also good, furthermore, for reading and understanding product reviews, or if the customer wants to review a product or a business service of yours, they can do that also. So if the answer to this step number 3 about having important business information to share is yes, you can text fire away, you can do text message and SMS marketing. If the answer is no, stop. It's okay. Just regroup, continue to build the relationship with the customer. They might just not like text messaging. They might like email or phone calls, or they just might like visiting in person. That's fine. So here's some other effective techniques for SMS or text marketing. Technique number 1, you can offer incentives, offer temptation. Yes, we are saying offer temptation to your customers. You want your customers to desire to buy the product. You want to make the customer feel very special. Almost you want them to feel like they're a part of a secret club. You do this with mobile coupons and the deals that you have for your business. Technique number 2, keep the message short, compact, and sweet. 90% of text messages are read within 3 minutes, and they use 160 text characters or less. So if you like hashtagging from Twitter and the other social media websites, you can do that as well too with text message marketing. Technique number 3, have a clear call to action. So that means having 2 driving factors, two nails that have to stick out in your text message marketing technique. The first nail is the keyword. So you have to have a password or a trigger word. Usually it's associated with your particular business or your particular product. Then the second nail is the short code, which is a 5-digit number. Let the customer know in advance what this number is, because if the customer receives a 5-digit number, a 5-digit code, short code that they don't recognize, they could market that as spam. This can make it harder for you to recruit the customer to buy your product or to purchase your service. So make these 2 nails, the short code and the keywords, stick out. And this is very, very important for incentive messages. Technique number 4, encourage your customers by the text message. You can encourage your customers to share your social media links. If you have a YouTube channel for your business, you can encourage them to watch your promotional videos, your review videos. You can encourage them to share your social media or your contact information for your business with their friends, their colleagues, and their family. You can offer them a prize to do this as well too. So you want to encourage your customers to spend more time with your business. Technique number 5, use short messages or text messages as bait hooks to get your customers to your social media. Text message marketing is very, very effective. You can show pictures, you can even show videos in text message marketing, but social media is more interactive. It's just bigger. It has more firepower that you can use in order to attract customers and to communicate with them. Technique number 6, ask questions and send surveys. You want to ask your customers for their opinions and thoughts on your services and your products for your business. You can find out more about what they're searching for, what more do they desire, and this can improve your business, and it can also improve your marketing and your recruiting. So a few more techniques. Technique number 7, you could send your text message as a follow-up to an email. I'm a recruiter, so the number one thing that's the hardest thing about recruiting, at least in my professional experience, is that following up with customers. And usually you have to follow up with the customers after you speak with them at a webinar like this, speaking with them face-to-face, sending emails. You have to follow up with them. And usually sending a text message is a very, very good, effective way to do this. Also, it makes you and your business more accountable, and it creates a sense of urgency for the customer to really pay attention to your business and to really, really make a decision. Technique number 8, send text messages at the right time and ask for customer preferences in regards to when they can or when they want to receive the text messages. You want to send the text messages during non-busy times for the customers, particularly during the lunch hour, over the weekend, days approaching the seasonal or federal holidays particular. It's recommended in the industry to not send text messages before 9 a.m. or after 9 p.m. By doing this, you could ask for their preference. Everybody has different schedules and different tendencies when it comes to checking their phone. The final effective technique number 9, text messaging might be more effective to engage a younger audience. According to business intelligence reports, they are saying that 18 to 49-year-olds, both men and women, know how to use phones and even social media the best. In particular, 18 to 35 use text messaging the most according to business intelligence reports. So if you have a younger audience, that's your main demographic, then good. Text message marketing is very, very effective. But still, we would rather say try it anyway as well. So it could be a great tool. So text message marketing is very effective when engaging a younger audience. Now, I will also talk about some of the elements of a spam text message. These are the text messages that are ignored or blocked or rejected by customers. So element number 1 of a spam text message, don't mention an unfamiliar business name. That's very, very important. If the customer doesn't know your business name, then chances are they're going to ignore your text message or treat it as spam. Element number 2 of a spam text message, they use a very long digit code that's 10 digits or more. So this is a dead giveaway of what a spam text message is. Element number 3, a text message that promises free prizes or gift cards with no deadline date. That is a spam or a scam text message. Element number 4, sends a fake invoice confirmation. I don't know about you, but if I get a text message about an invoice confirmation, I'm a little bit eerie, and you should be too. Element number 5, offers a text refund. Usually that would be sent by email or rather the customer would be calling the business in order to get a refund. That would be handled person to person or voice to voice on the phone. And then element number 6, a text message that reports family member crisis or an emergency. And I think that is pretty clear. Some of the 10 most common scam or spam text messages come from Craigslist, FedEx, Walmart, Uber, Bank of America, PayPal, Western Union, Wells Fargo, and some other weird text messages that we're not going to talk about. So those are the elements that you don't want to have in your text message marketing campaign or your SMS marketing campaign. So here's some statistics as to why text message marketing is considered a boosting champion, and it's even expanding more, and it's on the cutting edge when it comes to marketing campaigns. Text messages have a 209% higher response rate. Yes, I said that. Text messages have a 209% higher response rate than phone calls, emails, or social media. Also, consumers redeem and use short message delivered coupons 10 times more than other coupons. Text message marketing grew by 92% for the business to consumer sector and 197% for the business to the business sector, at least in 2015 to 2017. We figure that is even more right now, even in 2021. In 2019, there were 7.9 billion mobile or short message subscriptions worldwide. My goodness, that is a lot. 50% of people say that a promotional short message or text message has led them to visit a store in person or online. That's 59%. That is impressive. Also, only 10% of SMS marketing messages are spam versus 50% of emails. So only 10%. Now, let me read that again. 10% of SMS marketing messages are considered spam. 10% versus 50% of emails. So 90% of SMS messages get through. So that is a very, very, very good statistic. Also another statistic that's not listed, at least on the presentation, in 2020. So this was last year. 85%. Yes, 85% of brand communication or brand buyout rate from customers, between customers and brands, was done through SMS or text message marketing. So that's 85% in 2020. It's probably going to be 90% or more this year. So now I'll talk about some of the apps or some of the products that are very, very good in SMS marketing and text message marketing for 21. So the best SMS or text message marketing app that's very good for getting started quickly is TextMagic. So with TextMagic, you can send messages from a created TextMagic number, and the replies can go through their web app or to your email, and it'll go to your own mobile phone number. So you'll see who responds to your text messages for your marketing campaign. TextMagic also has a contacts tab, so you can upload a contact list or a spreadsheet file, a database of contacts, or you can manually enter the contact info. You could add it from your email, your business email. There's also a schedule tab where you could send out mass text message blasts, sort of like Friday specials every week or every month. And it could be used from a laptop computer, a desktop computer, a tablet. It could also be used on various types of phones. So if you have an iPhone, Apple iPhone, or Android phone, you could use it. And it's pretty affordable as well too. So for example, the starting pay-as-you-go plan starts at 4 cents per cent text. Also, you could have a dedicated virtual number, and those dedicated virtual numbers cost $4 a month. So there's 12 months in a year, $48. That's with TextMagic. The next product for text message or SMS marketing I'll talk about is Simple Texting. So Simple Texting has been voted as the best SMS or text message marketing application product for an easy run marketing campaign. Simple Texting has a user interface where pretty much everything is needed on the first screen or on one screen. So you won't have to be swiping the screen like you're turning pages in a book. It has a campaigns tab where you could add and message multiple people on a list or database, which could be very, very effective. Furthermore, it has a keywords tab where you can use certain keywords to attract customers to join. It's very similar to the search engine optimization algorithm or technique. Also, the keywords tab can send discount codes to potential customers, asking if the customers want to learn more about your business. So this could recruit and retain customers as well. Also, you can conduct polls and sweepstakes on the Simple Texting app. Furthermore, there's an analytics tab that can help you find patterns and trends within your text message or SMS marketing campaign. You can figure out how quickly customers are responding to your text messages or what day they're opening your text message and what day they're following through as well. So the cost for Simple Texting, the Simple Texting app, you could do 500 messages per month for $25 per month. So that's just paying per month. The annual yearly price, one-time price, is $225 per year. Simple Texting offers unlimited contact numbers or unlimited number of contacts that you could have. It has rollover text points. So it's February right now. Say you send five, you don't send all 500 of your text messages in the month of February. The remaining ones that you have left get rolled over in March. So you have those extra text messages you can send in March. Also, there's free SMS virtual numbers that are uniquely yours and yours only, and you could potentially have multiple if you want to be fancy and run multiple campaigns at the same time as well. So that is all the information that I have. There are other text message marketing apps such as Easy Text, Sales Message, or it's also called Sales MSG. There's Tatonga, which is considered the leader in text message marketing or SMS marketing. Yes, that's pretty much my speaking, or at least my presentation as far as the information. Thank you for attending. Thank you for attending the Black Business Expo. I'd like to thank Dr. Eric Kelly, as well as the rest of his team for setting this up. It's been a great opportunity. If you would like to learn more about text message marketing or SMS marketing, you can contact my organization, the National Black Mastermind Group, at theblackmastermindgroup.com. You can also email us at info@theblackmastermindgroup.com. You can email us at bmmgrecruiter@gmail.com, or you can contact me at 607-297-8198. And hopefully we'll be able to get you in the running using text message marketing and SMS marketing. And thank you. And I'll take any of your questions right now. And I'll stop sharing my screen. Okay. All right. And yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Hunter. I hope hopefully this information is helping a bunch of people. And if you don't mind, do you mind sharing what your business is in the chat, and maybe I could tell you how you could use text message marketing to help your business as well. Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Well, how about this? How has everybody enjoyed the Black Business Expo so far? Who's been your favorite speaker? What have you learned so far with the Black Business Expo? If you want to share that in the comments. Okay, good. Looks like Mr. Lee is joining us as well. Thank you, Mr. Keith. Hopefully it's blowing out of people's minds. Hopefully it's blowing up your phones as well. Also, no pun intended. Oh, also, I'd like to also mention there's also, and actually I probably mentioned it in the presentation as well. There's also SMS or text message marketing in regards to customer support. So with deliveries as well too. So confirming that a customer has received a product or a package, a mailing package, or they have received a service. If they downloaded an app, a mobile app or software, as well. So customer support can also be further implemented and modified with using SMS or text message marketing too, as well. So there's various sectors or parts of the business that text message marketing can affect in a positive way. So you have customer support, you have sales, you have recruiting. It's even possible to use SMS or text message marketing in regard to operations also. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, it gives a good impression as well too. Thank you. I'll take any other questions. I'll also take some questions about the National Black Mastermind Group. I'm sure that the other members in my organization who did a great job presenting. Hopefully, they were able to answer some questions about the Black Mastermind Group. We're always on the lookout for members as well as leaders as well too. Of course, if you're a member of the Black Business Expo, also be a good member in this organization. But we're always looking for members and collaborators as well too. We're building. We have the same or similar mission to the Black Business Expo. We're creating a business ecosystem for Black entrepreneurs in the African diaspora across this country, as well as internationally, Africa and in other locations also too. So we're always looking for leaders in various or any industry. So whether it's retail, whether it's sales and marketing, technology. So I'm in biotechnology research and development. Whether it's in computers, the automotive industry, motivational speaking, as well, brand design, also. So we're always looking for members, collaborators, leaders as well, and we take anybody of any age, authors as well too, also. So trainers too. So if you want more information about the Black Mastermind Group, I'd be happy to set up an appointment with you. I'm usually available anytime during the week. So just feel free to give us an email. Also. Yes, this is a great way to build your personal brand. Yes, Mr. Keith, it is a great way to build your personal brand. For sure. And yes, it is. It's if you want your brand to be more personalized to your customer, if you really want to get into their living room or you want to get into their cell phone, this is a great way to do that. And it's also very easy to, actually, in my opinion, it's also very easy to track how your brand is being built or how customers are responding to your brand as well too. I think that the analytics for SMS or text message marketing is easier than social media. And also you have to think of it like this. With social media, for example, with Facebook, if you post a product or a service that might not fit into the guidelines of social media, your social media account can be blocked. For example, with Facebook, in these last few months, even last year, Facebook has been a continuous battleground in regards to what gets posted versus what doesn't get posted, what goes through versus what doesn't go through, either to your Facebook members or to your customers or your clients. With text message marketing, this really cuts out the middleman, or it cuts out all the obstacles of the noise, and it goes straight to your customers or straight to your clients. So yes, it's a great way to build to build your personal brand, no matter what industry you're in. It does work best with retail, entertainment, especially if you have a business where you use a good amount of photos as well as video, and you offer a lot of promotions. But I've seen a lot of other businesses use text message or SMS marketing to build their brand. Education. There's science education companies that use this. They send me text messages about products. So if you have a lot of inventory, it's very good to use. And if you have a lot of news to share, like a lot of intel or intelligence to share with your customers, it's also very good to use. Anybody can use it. You just have to really know your audience and know your target. And then you can use text message marketing effectively, along with other types of marketing, video marketing, social media, in order to build your brand, build your personal brand as well. So you have your business brand, and then you have your personal brand, which is an extension of your personality. So customers can really get to know your business, and they can really get to know the person that's behind the business, or who has the brain business as well too. So it's very good for both. Okay, is there any more questions or comments? Hopefully everybody was able to see the presentation. If not,
I think that's it. I think that's it. Definitely glad to have you join and make this presentation. I know that you were
Sure.
sharing about the National Mastermind Group, and I know that a lot of folks will probably be interested in joining that. And hopefully, Dr. Kelly and the rest of us here in the crew will see our phones blowing up, as hopefully folks will use this mechanism that you've taught them in order to have us increase our audience over the next several days of this going on, because this is the end of day 3 in terms of the live broadcast. We're going to go into the part where we'll do the re-airs, but then we'll come back on day 4, and Maxine will be joining us as our host on that day. So Maxine will be coming in and talking about the scholarship and a number of other great things going on in that regard. So definitely I get ready to put on our I Am Black spot, but any kind of closing comments that you've got to share with folks that you want to share, just in terms of positive messages, or anything that you want to share with them about joining the National Black Mastermind Group, then we'll have you have the chance to do that, and then we'll put on the I Am Black and get ready to go into the re-airs of this morning sessions.
Sure. So my final thoughts regarding text message marketing and social short message marketing. It's a great technique. A lot of emerging businesses and even the more established businesses use it. It's much easier to use than you think. If you could send a text message with your phone or use social media, if you can make a phone call, then you could use text message marketing. In regards to the National Black Mastermind Group, it's a very great organization, just like the Black Business Expo Foundation, another great organization. It really puts you in the proper mindset to develop your entrepreneurial spirit, or develop it even more, and to make you and your business and your team more sustainable for the future. So you'll be able to address any challenges that come either in the present or even in the near future. So we'd be happy to hear from you. We'd be happy to learn more about you, to hear what your business ventures and what your business goals are. And please continue to support events and organizations like the Black Business Expo. And yes, those are my final thoughts. And thank you again. It's been a pleasure speaking to you all.
Well, we definitely enjoyed having you. You're definitely a great leader, a great young leader and everything. And we need to see more young leaders out there in society doing the powerful work that you're doing. And I look forward to seeing you doing some more presentations with us here at the Black Business Expo in the very near future. But right now we're getting ready to wrap everything up with the I Am Black Business.
Sure.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today.